Okay, good evening. Tonight I call to order this joint meeting of the Cotati City Council and the successor agency to the former Cotati Community Redevelopment Agency. So we want to start with a call to order and a roll call. Can we get a roll call?
Councilmember Savage,
Here.
Councilmember Ford,
Here.
Vice Mayor Harvey,
Here.
Mayor Lemus.
Here.
Show Councilmember Sparks is absent.
Thank you. We're going to move to approval of the minutes and notice of waiving of reading of all resolutions and ordinances introduced and are adopted under this agenda. So we have minutes from the last Cotati City Council regular meeting of January 13th, 2026. First of all, is there any changes or review of this? Any changes? Okay, any questions? We'll go to public comment on this. And we'll start with Zoom.
Thank you, Mayor Lemus. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, if you'd like to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon. And Mayor Lemus, seeing no hands on Zoom.
Thank you. So now we'll go into the room. Is there anyone in the room that would like to make public comment on this topic? Okay, seeing none, we'll go on to approval. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve the minutes?
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. That passes. The next one is agenda review. On the agenda, I'm wondering if we can move two items under, let's see, I want to move item 7A underneath B and C. So we can take B and C first. That's my request. Do we need to have an agreement? Is there agreement on that? Okay,
You just, council consent, basically.
council consent. Okay. All right. So it sounds like we have agreement on that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I guess given that I expect those items to be relatively brief and A to be relatively long. I'm a little reluctant because there are so many people here to speak on A. So,
Okay.
but I'll give consent to that change.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll move that, those two items so that we can move A down after B and C. Okay, the next item is we have citizen business and public comment for consent calendar items.
Madam Mayor.
Yes,
Typically, if we change the agenda, we open that for public comment. I just
okay.
want to make sure we do that in case.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll go to Zoom first and ask for public comment on Zoom on changing the agenda item.
Thank you, Mayor Lemus. Once again, Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon to make a public comment about item 3. Seeing no hands on Zoom.
Thank you. And we'll go in the room. Does anyone in the room have public comment on the agenda item and moving that item? Okay, nobody in the room? So if we all by consent agree, then we're good. Okay, thank you. So we'll move to the next item, which is citizen business and public comment for consent calendar items. Any member of the public wishing to speak to the council on any items listed on the consent calendar and/or matters not listed on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council may do so at this time. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the council is not allowed to consider issues or take action on any item not listed on the agenda. Pursuant to City Council Policy 2025-03, comments of any member of the public are normally restricted to a total of 3 minutes in length per person for matters not on the agenda, and a total of 3 minutes per person in length for any and all items on the consent calendar. The mayor may extend the time limit for a reasonable time where disability accommodation has been requested. To facilitate public comment, the timer indicator lights will display yellow when there are 30 seconds remaining and red when time has expired. So we'll start with public comment on Zoom first. Is there any public comment on Zoom for citizen business public comment?
Thank you, Mayor Lemus. Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon to make a public comment for citizens business. Seeing no hands on Zoom.
Okay, so we'll go into the room. Is there any public commenters in the room that would like to speak on citizen business and public comment for consent calendar items today? Okay. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Alderman, come forward.
I'd like to speak on the consent calendar first. The I worked out on the Cotati Climate Ready Cotati Fair with 300 attendees. The costs are $55 a person to attend. And they won't be Cotati residents. So you're, again, spending money for an ideal of green and for the county reasons, rather than spending money that will help the citizens of Cotati. And $55, we could go to the ballet, we could go to the, instead get this fair, because you have so much costs put down on it. Okay, Measure S annual report and letter from the Oversight Committee. Okay, first you had a meeting and they didn't have a quorum. So you wasted money there. And then the next week they got one more. So they had a quorum. And they did what everybody else has done for years. There was no citizens in the audience. There was me on Zoom, and they never debated anything in the report, that's not what this ballot measure was all about. It was supposed to have impartial feedback and on the expenditures. There's nothing. It's not been there for years that anybody does it. And you put up the quicksand repair in front of our house, which was a public works project, as funded by Measure S. That's how things are misrepresented. It was a 6 foot deep moat, a safety hazard for months. And not months, weeks. And it cost, nobody listens to me that there's quicksand all over the west side. But you attributed it to Measure S. That's the basic things of doing business in a city. You have to have emergency repair money, not average. That's not Measure S money. And it really ticks me off that you're misrepresenting that. And talk about misrepresentative was the state of the city with Damien. Damien was all about how we scored so high in the road improvement. That is a fallacy too, because you took out 12 million worth of bonds. 6 million of it was for that. So of course you're gonna we're paying for the next 20 years for those street improvements. Of course it's gonna look not shining and brand new these first few years. To keep putting that out there, that when not mentioning that the bonds are the ones that paid for that, it's misrepresenting the city. Okay, in a minute I'll go to, okay, give me a sec. It's been a long day. Okay, how many times for 2.5 years now, you have all ignored the code enforcement scandal. It's in last July, I am telling you, time was out. There's police investigations into this now. There are misuse of funds, and you all are going to be personally liable, because you ignored for 2.5 years. You never sent an email back, you never talked to me or anything, and found out the financials. There are so many financial things going on there. The judge is paid by the code enforcement official. He He's been paid $90,000 for George's case, and he's only reimbursed for $65,000. And that's after 27, I told you for 9 months that $27,000 was not authorized and not paid. And you've gone over budget by hundreds. It's supposed to be about $300,000 from what I can tell from costs. And the budget for code enforcement is $38,000 a year. You have no money left for code enforcement, such as this building, any building you're doing, left in the budget. You used it all. Robert Smith was supposed to have a written consent from the city and budget for any extra work, not been done for years. There's no written consent. They've extended it to, now we have hearings up to April. And papers do legal briefs. They made it so you have to have an attorney to take it to hearing. And you have to deposit the fine amount. They didn't do that with George. So nobody's going to ever take anything to appeal. You made this, it's basically extortion. And that's what the police are looking into, is extortion charges against a few of you. It's money laundering. And you do nothing. You sit there and you look at me like you're looking at me right now. And this has gone on for 2.5 years. How much longer are you going to let the corruption go on? And what they've said to people and what they've done is cruel. They've said the things that have been said to the whistleblowers, to George and everything are cruel. Never mind anything else. They will say anything, bring up any fact of your life to take you down. They play games. And talking about games, I can't even get costs, the administrative costs, after months, because they play these games with the PRA requests and not fulfilling them, such as Redwood Public Law. For 2 months, they gave me it. And then once George's hearing started, they claimed attorney-client privilege, which is a game. Thank you.
Have another card, Mr. Barrett?
Good evening, Council. I filled out my speaker card to be recognized as former Councilman George Barrett. For the benefit of the audience, I'm former City Councilman George Barrett. I'm the target of the extortion racket by the city of Cotati to keep me off the campaign trail and keep me off the city council in my rightful seat there. Mayor Lemus is now presiding over probably the most corrupt city council that I've seen in the last 30 years, and I've seen a lot. And it's just really unfortunate, Mayor. Mr. Ford has set a very bad example for you. You don't get a passing grade in any class by just showing up for attendance. It doesn't work like that in college. It doesn't look like that here at City Hall either. Very bad example last year. And as Lori said, all this money that was used and abused and wasted, hundreds of thousands of dollars, was in an effort to keep me out of the 24 race and the upcoming 26 race. And it's disgusting. We don't have a Pledge of Allegiance here in these chambers anymore. Our founding fathers of this town would be rolling over in their grave. How communist this town has become. We don't have a Pledge of Allegiance. Also, the fact that the city seal here has been sanitized, whitewashed. We had a beautiful city seal of Chief Cotati and so forth, and it's been whitewashed out. Our heritage, our city's heritage, has been abomination. And just shocking. Criminal charges have been filed against Robert Allen Smith, the chief code enforcement officer for the city of Cotati, for perjury. We have hard evidence of ongoing perjury, and the city manager being a co-conspirator and a cover-up and enabling this perjury and misrepresenting the facts to the city that he did in fact work as both a code enforcement officer and an attorney for the city. You are all going to lose your qualified immunity. Unfortunately, it's in the cards. You're all going to be personally and severably liable for damages that you cannot imagine that might come down the pike in punitive damages in the federal court of law. This has been a money laundering exercise, an extortion racket, malicious prosecution to the extent I could never believed it. You violated our public records request acts. You've hindered proper discovery if we can get evidence, and it's going to shock a local or federal judge. The administrative judge in this kangaroo court that you set up in this room, he's violated our First Amendment rights, telling us to take off our body cameras. We can't record. We can't discuss this on public media, on social media, put a gag order on it. Federal judge is going to throw the book at this town. They gave a warning to the city years ago when I sued the city that this city needs to go back to school on the First Amendment. He says, I hope I never see Cotati in my courtroom again. Well, he's going to, because this is a related case, and he's going to take this case up. This cover-up must end. You must throw yourself on the mercy of the police department. You must go to them, tell them what you know, cooperate so that they can go easy and give them the evidence that they need of the behind-the-scenes cover-up. This case has been manufactured to interfere with the election, and it's just the elections. It's just disgusting.
Is there anyone else in the room that would like public comment? Okay, go ahead, come forward.
Yes, Mayor Lemus. First off, I was at the last meeting via Zoom, and I commented to you about the Brown Act requirements of allowing people to speak on every item on the agenda, and I see that you're calling now on most of these items for public comment, and I congratulate you on that. As for the comments of Mr. Barrich about the Pledge of Allegiance on item number 8, it's spelled incorrectly. I guess you people don't have spell checker, whoever puts the agenda together. That being said, briefly, because most of these points have already been made, but I tried to contact your more or less director of finance, the administrative services person, Miss Angela Corder, who's sitting here. I sent her an email. I received no response from her. And it was specifically about how the administrative law judge of this hearing with Mr. Barrich was being paid. I asked for the procedures. I asked if there was a contract between Mr. Weiner and the city. None of these questions were answered. I went in to see her today. She had to go in to, she was scheduled for a meeting, so I couldn't see her. And I said, I'll be back at 4:30. She was still in the meeting. I told her assistant that I'd be there, or I'd be in here before the meeting, that maybe we could talk. Nothing. I left my phone number, no call. This is unresponsive government. You have a problem here. I mean, it's the same way with Mr. Obed. I have sent emails to Mr. Obed and never received a response. I kind of expect that because that's what the elitist city leaders do. They don't respond to the public because they don't want to confront these issues that are troublesome. I would suggest, well, the main reason I'm up here is just to educate you and let you know that this stuff is happening. I don't give up. I'll be back again. I'll try to make another appointment with Ms. Corder or have her respond to my email. But those things are public records requests, and they should have been honored, and they weren't. Thank you very much.
Okay, is there anyone else in the room who would like to make a public comment? This is citizen business and public comment for consent calendar items. Okay, seeing none. Did I already go to Zoom? I went to Zoom. Okay. Okay, so seeing that, then we'll go ahead and move on to the consent calendar. Is there any questions? Are we, anyone want to make a motion? Any questions? Want to pull an item?
Move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so that passes. So the next item is direction on future agenda items. Does anyone have any future agenda items? Go ahead.
I have one item I'd like to suggest for the next, for our next meeting in February, and it's timely because when we created the Citizen Police Advisory Committee, one thing we put in that construction was the ability of the council to refer topics to that body for discussion. And so given that they have a meeting coming up later in February, I'd like us to have an agenda item next time to discuss whether there are any items for discussion that we would like to put on that committee's agenda. I'm not proposing any now. That would be if you agree to have this discussion at the next meeting.
Okay, so at this point, I ask if other people are in agreement with that, or we go ahead and add it. Is everyone in agreement with putting an agenda item? Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll do that. This direction to staff on that. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're moving on to the regular agenda, and I do have to recuse myself for, which are we taking, B or C first?
I think you just moved A.
Yeah, I think we just
We're
move
moving
A
A.
down, so B first and then.
So B first, okay. Okay, so we'll go ahead and take item B. So for item B, do we have a presentation on that?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So this item is a proposed lease extension for the Rancho Adobe Fire District Firehouse that's in La Plaza Park downtown. So the city currently has a lease with Rancho Adobe Fire, and the original lease was signed back in 1965, and it had a term of 50 years. It was going to expire in 2015, but then the lease was subsequently amended in 1989, primarily to address some improvements that were happening to the fire station at that time. So if you look at the old lease, there's a lot of provisions in there about construction-related provisions related to that. And then that was also extended for 50 years. So that would, if without action tonight, that would expire in 2039. And before you tonight is the proposed second amended lease, which consolidates prior amendments and eliminates a lot of unnecessary construction-related provisions from the 1989 agreement. And it would supersede the previous versions of the lease and provide a single restated document that would govern the lease of the fire station. And so the basic structure of the lease is the city park. That's city land. The structure that sits upon it is is owned by Rancho Adobe Fire during the term of the lease. The land underneath is owned by the city. At the end of the lease, if the lease expires, the building then would revert to city ownership at that time. So the second amended lease maintains the same structure and intent as the existing lease, but just incorporated some clarifications. And I would say that the main provisions, just to point out, is that it does extend it again by another 50 years. And there are some additions related to off-street parking. So there's a provision for exclusive use of 6 off-street parking spaces that they currently use today, and delineation on landscape maintenance responsibilities, basically saying that if the landscape is currently irrigated by a city irrigation meter from the park, then it's city landscape. If it's irrigated by a meter from the building or the building's water, then it's Rancho Adobe's responsibility to maintain that that landscaping. And the parking spaces, we have the ability to move them in the future if we needed to, and we just have a good faith obligation to work with Rancho Adobe on a location for new ones, new spaces. And then I think the last thing I'll just say, just to close this item out, is that the Rancho Adobe board has already reviewed this draft lease agreement on January 21st, and they approved the proposed lease. So now it's up to the council to decide if they would, if they agree with the proposed lease and want to move forward with execution of it. And the fire chief is here tonight as well, if you have any questions. that I can't answer. But with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions on this item.
Okay, so we'll start here with City Council. So Vice Mayor, do you have a question?
Damian, since this new agreement has 6 exclusive off-street parking spaces, are we planning on marking those so that it's obvious that they are for the fire department?
I mean, from our perspective, they have the exclusive use of them, but we had no plans, city had no plans to mark them, although, I mean, potentially I would
The collective we.
I would hedge a bet that they would probably market themselves to keep
Okay.
it exclusively for their use.
Okay.
If-
Because it would be hard if they were kind of being moved around, 6 random spots, it would be easier to use that exclusivity.
Yeah, they're all
If
in a
they
line.
are.
They're all in a line
Yeah,
against the
yeah.
fire station.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if they've marked it yet. I think in the past it was marked.
Okay.
And I believe they plan to remark them if
Okay.
they're not marked already. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions from City Council? Okay, Councilmember Ford.
Have we examined whether there's space, it looks from the map like there's space to extend the parking on the sort of the west side of the lot. Have we looked into whether we could stripe more spots there? I'll save comments for after comment.
Yeah, we have had internal conversations about continuing that striping. Over the holidays, Recology had those big tree bins, so, and the weather hasn't been good, but I do expect that we're going to get back to that probably this summer to finish the striping out of that parking lot.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? If not, we'll go to public comment. So do we have, let's see, comments online?
Thank you, Mayor Lemus. Once again, Zoom attendees, to make a public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon. And seeing no hands on Zoom.
Thank you. Do we have any commenters in the room that would like to comment on this item? Okay, why don't you go ahead and come forward?
Good evening, Mayor Lemus and City Council. Firefighters have been responding from that fire station for the last 90 years. Centrally located in the heart of Cotati, it is a prime location. It allows us to get to really every area within the response zone in a timely manner. It has been a great relationship with the city for since that lease occurred in 1965, and we appreciate the City Council's taking a look at this, and certainly the cooperation that we've had with the city has been remarkable, and we look forward to continuing to serve the citizens from that location.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Any other comments in the room? Okay, Ms. Alterman?
I just want to say how thankful I am that to the fire station being in so close. My 88-year-old mother knows all the firefighters in the Cotati station by name now. They've picked her up from the floor, they've taken her to the hospital, they've done so much. And their response time is incredible. And I wish that hold his support for this wonderful agency. Thank you.
Any other commenters? Okay, go ahead.
You know, we hear these reports and we hear these remarks about a remarkable relationship between the fire department and the city. And the whole staff report and the whole contract, many of us have not reviewed, but it does beg the question. What I remember, and from the dozens and dozens of meetings I've attended to the Rancho Adobe board meetings, which I've never seen another city council meeting there, is that the fire department rents that land, this remarkable relationship. I think it's $1 a year. Okay, that just needs to be part of the report. You know, let us know it's $1 a year. Okay, and then secondly, how does this deal equate with the downtown specific plan, which obviously is dead on arrival. A $73 million plan to remodel the downtown, of which this town has no money for, was passed when I was on the city council. Nobody could tell me where the money was going to come from, $73 million. We're 13, 14 years into the downtown specific plan. We got $1 million from President Obama for the entryway into town to remodel that. We have $72 million to go in a 30-year program. And if you inflate those dollars to today's dollars, it's $106 million. So we're screwed. The downtown specific plan is dead. So, well, how does that equate to this fire department and this deal? Now, I remember when Councilwoman Moore was on the council at the time when this was all being developed, the downtown specific plan was coming into fruition, and we had designers coming from all over the country to design this fantasy land. Councilwoman Moore says, well, can't we just move the fire department? Almost fell off my chair. Move a fire department? Just showed the depth of the ignorance, the lack of construction experience, lack of business experience, lack of financing experience that sat on the city council, which has done nothing but added to our ultimate demise. So if we can get some clarification about this deal, what the rent is, and so forth, and what that means for the failed downtown specific plan. Boy, we taxpayers who have been taking it in the rear about this, we'd sure like to know.
Any other commenters in the room on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Any comments from the council? Okay, Councilmember.
My only concern is, dedicating what's currently public parking, but especially given that we just sort of had to start to pay significantly for downtown parking, that is causing a bit of a strain on the budget. So I'm hoping we can extend that striping and get some of those spots back on the other side of the parking lot. But having the fire station right there in the middle of town is super important. I certainly wouldn't want to do anything to jeopardize that.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else have a comment? Thank you.
Yeah, it was very enlightening and interesting going through the historical documents. I'd never seen them all put together in one spot, and it was interesting. Not anything to do with the downtown specific plan, but there was a time way before that the fire department had looked at moving the fire department, and there were a whole bunch of different options that they had thrown in down there. But what it says in their reports had more to do with, well, they could afford to either buy the property or build the station, but they couldn't do both. So they determined that they would stay put and remodel the station. But it is very interesting in the report to see all the stuff that's happened since the 60s.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask one other question?
Yes.
I just want to double check. It's been carefully written, so it's assumable if there's a merger of fire districts?
Right. Yeah, it is assumable.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so yeah, I also agree that the parking is kind of like one of the only kind of things that when we have a subsequent kind of plan or a parking study that we do, I'd be interested in seeing how that impacts, those spaces, or if we can add more spaces, like Councilmember Ford had said, that would be the best thing. So I look forward to working on that in the future. Okay, so we're looking for a motion on approving this item.
I recommend we adopt a resolution approving the second amended lease agreement between the city and Rancho Adobe Fire District.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second, and we'll do a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. That passes. And for this next item, which is item number C, I will step out of the room as I have some connections to some of the cultural grant applications. So I'll step out and just let me know, and Vice Mayor Harvey will take over this item. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. And do we have a staff report on this? Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and members of the council. This item is the approval of the 2026 Cotati Cultural Grant awardees. Just a little bit of background. In September of 2024, the council approved the Cotati Cultural Grant Small Grant Program, which is the purpose is to encourage organizations and groups to host new and multicultural events in Cotati that promote an equitable, compassionate, and healthy community that honor diversity as a source of strength. This will be the second cycle of the grant program with a successful first year in 2025. For the 2026 cycle, we received 5 applications. I'll go through a brief description of each of the proposed events and then continue. So the first application is the Running Fence Run 50th Anniversary Art and Music Celebration of the Running Fence art installation. This might look familiar because last year there was an application for the smaller version of this. So this is a little bit different from the one that was proposed last year. This would be a 1-mile art walk and fun run from the Smart Station to La Plaza Park with stops for history of the running fence. A separate marathon and half marathon and 10K are currently being planned right now for in Valley Ford. So they would be outside of the city, and none of the run would actually take place in Cotati, but they would coincide with one another. And there would be there's buses planned to ferry the runners and spectators from Cotati to the start and finish in Valley Ford. And then have an art festival in La Plaza Park after the event, which would include art groups, museums with exhibits, and live entertainment and food vendors. And they're partnering with the Empire Running Club. That's for the running portion, which wouldn't be part of the Cotati event. The second application was for the Afronesian A-Fresh live event by the Los Angeles Divisional League. This would be a cultural arts event that honors Afronesian people and includes performances with like dancing, drumming, storytelling, as well as cultural food tastings and displaying artwork. And after the first year, they would plan to make the event ticketed to continue to be able to help fund the event. The third application was for the Cotati Hub Film Festival by On Axis Productions, and this would be a celebration of local filmmaking and content creators that bring together filmmakers, artists, and neighbors to showcase shorts, documentaries, animations, and other creative experiments that would there would be spotlights on underrepresented voices and inclusive screenings in La Plaza Park for some of the showings, and would bring films in from all different ages, orientation, and walks of life. And the goal of this event is to have people watching film together rather than what most of us do now, and it's binging at home alone or with your household. The fourth is the cultural grant, or the Cultural Cinco de Mayo Festival by the Rotary Club of Rancho Cotati. And this would have the theme of United for Good. And it would be a day of Latin culture, friendship, and fun to support the Rotary's mission of bringing people together. It would include food vendors, nonprofit organizations, businesses with booths, live music, family entertainment, children's activities, and more. And this one would partner with Cotati and other Cotati businesses and other local businesses to host the event. And then the last application is called the Circle Exchange, which would be a native plant, food, and wisdom sharing event hosted by the Native Americans in Higher Education and Mentorship. And this event would be a free community event to foster resilience, education, and intergenerational connection for Native American families and individuals. The major plan for this event was to offer support to Native American college students with mentorship sessions, and then also for everyone that doesn't need that, to offer a plant exchange with a barter system and a free native food table. And this event was expecting to serve approximately 100 participants. All of the applications were reviewed by a staff committee and the scoring was based on creativity, diversity, inclusivity and access, feasibility, sustainability, promoting community togetherness, and whether or not the groups were Cotati local resident or business owner. The score sheets and the applications are included in the packet, so you can see what everybody was rated. They've been, personal information has been edited out. But based on so you can review them yourselves if you'd like. Based on the applications, the city recommends awarding 2 applicants, with each with a $5,000 award, and the recommendation is for On Access Productions to host the Cotati Hub Film Festival and the Rotary Club of Rancho Cotati to host the Cultural Cinco de Mayo Festival event. Some of the highlights as to why those ones stood out of the 5 are that the film festival would be planned to continue the event after the grant cycle is over and continue keeping it a free community event for others. They also have plans to grow the event into a signature Cotati event, which would eventually include workshops, panel discussions, and mentorships, potentially even expanding out of the park and also into the community center. So not taking it away from the park, but moving into the park or moving into the community center or Cotati room to do different showings at different times and different types of showings. So maybe one that's like super family friendly, maybe one that's more for a mature audience, maybe certain workshops in the classroom. So that is their goal, their overall goal. The host also has very extensive experience hosting film festivals in other areas outside of Sonoma County and is a Sonoma County local, actually a Cotati resident currently. And then some highlights from the Rotary Club, the Cinco de Mayo event, is that they would also plan to make this an annual event and want to make it grow into a huge festival every year or two, but specifically one that celebrates in Cotati. We do know that they know that there's other Cinco de Mayo events throughout Sonoma County, but they really want one that's in Cotati, includes Cotati residents, includes Cotati businesses and vendors, and also is able to celebrate kind of the mission of the Rotary Club and giving back to this community. They, something to note is that their application did request $8,000 instead of the $5,000 max, but we did have a conversation and they have let us know that they would be okay with the $5,000 and that they've already started fundraising efforts. So that would not interfere with their plans for this year. All of the events would need to come back at another date to actually be approved for street closures, fee waivers, any of that they would need. And I do have members of the audience or members in the audience from both of the recommended groups if you have any questions for them. And with that, it's recommended that the City Council of the City of Cotati adopt a resolution approving the Cotati Cultural Event Small Grant Program awardees for the 2026 cycle year. And I'm happy to answer any questions, and as well as the potential recipients.
Questions?
Just one, the running fence proposer, was it the same proposer as last
Yes.
year? And
Same applicant.
did we award that one last
No.
year? Okay.
No.
Thanks.
Did you have questions?
I just think it's great to see these applications and thank all the applicants that submitted these requests of very creative things to do in our city. And I would go to all the events. I think they all sound attractive, but I really appreciate your thoughts on this and how you've looked at it. And I think, looking at the localness of it is a key factor of who I would tend to support.
Okay, Ashley, do either of the proposed winners, if you will, would they like to speak? Do you
They
know?
can,
Oh.
if we want. Yeah.
Okay, please. Like to give them the opportunity before.
Hi, City Council. My name's Tom Kearney. I'm with On Access Productions. In fact, I grew up right down the street on Old Redwood Highway, just right outside of Pengrove. And after spending 25 years in LA and working in Hollywood, I am so glad to be back. And I'm really excited about bringing some of my experience that I've learned to Cotati. I'm the founder of the Hermosa Beach Film Festival, and I ran that for 6 years. And so and I'm also a filmmaker myself. So any questions that you guys have, be happy to answer best I can.
Any questions? No? No,
Okay.
thank you for your application.
I'll see you at the show.
Okay, thank you. And good evening, everybody, and thank you for the grant suggestion. My name is Lilia, and I am the Rotary Club of Rancho Cotati. And Rancho Cotati, the Rotary Club, has been around for almost 18 years. In 27, we will be at 20 years, which we will be celebrating. In regards to, the festival, we have quite a bit of experience of doing it for the last 15 years. So we are knowing that it will be a success. Our theme for this year is United for Good. And at the same time, our Rotary Club does international and community. And what we're really striving for is to get also volunteers so that we can help beautify Cotati downtown, reconnect with a lot of the businesses. So I think with this festival, it will make a difference in trying to just bring community from Sonoma County to Cotati, because the park is very centrally well located. So thank you.
With this festival, what we're hoping to do is bring community together, especially at this time of what we're having in this country, of fear, of chaos. I think community is so important. And with the Cinco de Mayo, I think it will bring community together. And Rotary is about doing good. And with the festival, if we're going to plan on doing it on Cinco de Mayo every year, so our goal is to do it annually. And once it falls on a weekend, our goal is maybe to have soccer. So we'll use the soccer field over by the vets. That's our goal. And to keep it on an annual and just keep bringing all community together. It's just not about the Latin community. It's about putting Cotati on the map. And like Lilia said, we do have, background. We were part of the Cinco de Mayo that started in Santa Rosa. And if you know any reason about that started, there was violence in Santa Rosa. And that's why that one started, because there was a lot of violence that started. And we don't need that. And we want to start it on a good note. And so that's our goal. So thank you for having us here and helping us support that goal. Thank you.
Thank you. I will open this up for public comment. I guess Zoom, Kevin, could we?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Harvey. Speaking to our Zoom attendees, if you'd like to make your public comment on this item, please use the raise hand icon. Vice Mayor Harvey, there are no hands on Zoom.
Okay, thank you for that. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak on the Cultural Grant Award? Not seeing anyone else jump up, so I will bring it back to the council for comments or a motion. And/or.
I'll just say I agree with Councilmember Savage. I really appreciate all the applications, but I really appreciate the staff committee that went through the scoring rubric. I still think it's an excellent rubric that you all designed, and it's working well. So I'm happy to move that we approve the two recommended grantees.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Kevin, since we've got, this dynamic going on, could we please do a roll call vote?
Councilmember Savage,
Yes.
Councilmember Ford,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Harvey.
Yes. Okay, with that, do you think that someone could go retrieve the mayor? Thank you for your patience.
While the mayor comes back up, I'll let everybody know I have to recuse myself from item 8A because I live within 1,000 feet of the affected property. So I will,
It's 7A, right?
7A. Thank you. I will be back in the conference room.
We keep losing people.
I know. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll continue with item 7A, which is 120 East Cotati Avenue Disposition and Development Agreement. And I believe we have a presentation on that.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. The item tonight, this is a city-owned property at 120 East Cotati Avenue. And the agreement that's the subject of discussion tonight is a disposition and development agreement. This basically is an agreement that would govern the development of the project. And so basically it covers the activities from the date of approval all the way through the end of construction until occupancy. So that's the term of it. And then next slide, please. Just a brief history here. We have this agreement is proposed to be with Freebird Development. We have Robin here tonight, by the way, who will also be presenting here in a moment. This is just, like as I said, a brief, there's a much longer history on this property, but most recently in March of 2022, North Bay Housing filed an SB 35 development application proposing a 5-story, 60-foot tall, 70-unit multifamily housing project on the site. And SB 35, just as a reminder, that's a by right development. So in other words, there's no community process. They just go right into the building department and get a building permit, and they're off to the races. So this was needless to say, was not a very popular project given the context that the developer was proposing to put the project in. And the city entered into negotiations with that developer to purchase the property. So in December of 2023, the city council directed staff to purchase the property. And shortly afterwards, the city took possession of the property. It was $1.65 million for the sale of the property based on the appraised value. And the city purchased the property with affordable housing funds. And affordable housing funds are funds that are collected from developers as a way to fund future affordable housing projects. So it's not tax money. It's basically an impact fee that a developer pays. And because the property was purchased with affordable housing funds, that means that the property itself has to be developed as an affordable housing project. It doesn't allow the city to do other types of developments there. So in February of 2024, the city council determined that the property was exempt surplus land. And in March of 2024, we put out a request for qualifications for over 170 different entities. And then city staff reviewed. So we put an RFP out, we got proposal, and found that Freebird Development was a very well qualified developer for an affordable housing project at this site. And then in June of 2024, the city council authorized the city entering into what's called an exclusive negotiating agreement with Freebird Development to develop 100% affordable housing project on the city-owned parcel. So this is the precursor to the DDA that we're talking about tonight. But basically just, it's a two-party agreement where we are negotiating solely with them, with that developer on this project. So the city staff and the development team hosted notice community engagement meeting at City Hall. This is back in September of 2024, and we had at least around a dozen local residents attending. And then in November of 2024, there was a second notice community engagement meeting at City Hall with similar attendance. And then next slide. And then in December, the project was presented to City Council to get feedback on the results of the community meetings, including design preference. And then in August of 2025, the project was presented to the Planning Commission to get feedback on the results of the community meetings. So a little bit different, I mean, reverse order there in terms of how you guys normally see these things come forward. But then this was just evaluating feedback from community meetings. And then in August of 2025, the City Council received a presentation on the project to provide feedback on the Planning Commission recommendations and for the staff to finalize discussions regarding the DDA that we're talking about tonight. All right, so the proposed site, there's three, when I say city-owned property at 120 East Cotati, there's actually technically 3 city-owned parcels that are contiguous that occupy a little under an acre, so it's 0.86 acres. The proposed project, the rendering that you saw on the first slide is just one image of it from East Cotati, looking towards La Plaza or Charles Street. So the proposed project is a 77,500 square foot, 3-story building with 44 residential rental units, including studios and 1 and 2 and 3-bedroom units. Also included is this is technically a mixed use project. So there's some ground floor commercial retail space. 3,850 square feet is proposed, including property management, social service offices, a common laundry room, a community room, and landscape 2nd-story courtyard with seating and a playground. It's served by an enclosed ground level parking garage with 54 vehicle spaces and 46 bicycle spaces. The DDA that's before you tonight, I'll run through the main terms. So as I mentioned at the start of this presentation, the DDA would run through the certificate of completion or December 2032, whichever occurs first. The DDA is subject to early termination for default if certain milestones are not met. For example, if you look at the schedule of performance, which is Exhibit B to the DDA, that if those milestones are not met, that could result in default and potential termination. So when we're talking about potential off-ramps, if there's issues with raising the money to move the project forward or whatever, based on those milestones, those are off-ramps. All 43 units, excluding the manager's unit, so there's 44 units total, but 43 units will be restricted to households earning up to 80% of median income in Sonoma County in accordance with the regulatory agreement, otherwise known as the Affordable Housing Agreement, which is attached as Exhibit D, and that would run for a term of 55 years, which is a standard term for affordable housing agreements. It is subject to a variety of conditions of approval via the DDA, as discussed during public meetings, and that's also attached as Exhibit E, including the most recent conversation the council had and conditioned when they saw the plan, the project plans. And then Freebird will be required to pay prevailing wage to contractors and subcontractors, which includes apprentice requirements and also healthcare, retirement, and other requirements that are detailed in the staff report. Next slide. The sale for the transfer of the property from the city to Freebird would occur once a variety of conditions are met, including the city review and approval of the financing plan and determination that the project is ready for construction within 60 days. The project construction is, per the schedule, must be complete within 36 months. And then Freebird will also provide lease space for the city for cellular facilities at no cost, but will not be responsible, of course, for any required infrastructure, and will be provided acceptable insurance and indemnification. And this is an outflow of earlier community conversations about cellular coverage and inadequacy of that in some areas of the city. And then Freebird will coordinate with the city to lease the commercial space on La Plaza for a community serving use. The city also has a first right of refusal and the right to match any lease offer on the commercial space if that were needed for some reason. Also in the DDA, there's local priority list for renters, and I think you guys are well familiar with this. This is the list that's been developed in prior several years ago, but it's been in previous affordable housing agreements, and it's also in the DDA here. So there's a priority list that the city develops and would provide to Freebird for leasing up units. And the priority is for residents or employees that work within the city limits of Cotati. Individuals or families with children who attend the Rancho Cotati Unified School District, members of the Great and Rancheria Native American Tribe, and employees of Sonoma State University. If either party is in default to the DDA, the non-defaulting party must provide written notice to the other party as a standard 30-day cure clause for potential default. Either party can also terminate the agreement prior to close of escrow in the event of failure to fulfill any conditions precedent to the close of escrow. And the list is in the DDA. Next slide. So up front, there's a 90-day title review period for Freebird and also a 180-day due diligence period. And Freebird can terminate for title defects upon property inspection within the due diligence period. So those are just normal off-ramps for them if they find something that none of us expect on the property. The city can terminate if Freebird attempts to assign rights, substantially change the ownership, or after the close of escrow. If Freebird fails to commence construction, abandons or substantially suspends construction, or otherwise materially breaches the agreement. So basically standard clauses for in that respect. And then lastly, I'll just point out that the DDA also includes a power of termination and a right of reverter prior to certificate of occupancy in certain cases that are in the DDA. However, there is a subordination requirement, and almost every lender is going to require that. So I think the more relevant term is in the affordable housing agreement. I think in any case, we've never seen affordable housing agreements get subordinated. So in other words, the city's investment in the project gets protected as an affordable housing project, regardless of what the lenders do. I guess that's the main takeaway there. And then in terms of financial terms, the sale price, as I mentioned, the city purchased the property for $1.65 million originally. The proposed sale price is $825,000, so it's half of the sale price. And the city would also waive certain impact fees. The water and sewer impact fee would not be waived, but the estimated value of the impact fees that are waived are about $1.56 million. And the city would waive our internal staff time, but if to the extent that there's third-party consultants or for plan review and permit checks, that kind of thing, that would not be that part would not be waived. And so with all the hard cost waivers, I guess you would say, the city contribution would be about $2.4 million, which is a little over $54,000 per unit, which for affordable housing projects is a relatively low subsidy. But the city, in discussions with Freebird, the city and Freebird, we were both trying to balance the, providing the local assistance that they need. I mean, not just from a project financing standpoint, but also because there needs to be local contribution of funds. Otherwise, they will not be successful with getting any other funds because if the local jurisdiction isn't bought in financially in a substantial way, then all the other funding agencies that fund affordable housing projects would almost certainly not contribute funding to that overall construction stack. So part of it is showing our commitment to the project locally for these other funders to come in and complete the funding stack. But part of it also is, of course, just to try to get them closer to a fully financeable project, because at the end of the day, we want to see these affordable housing units get constructed there. All right, and then I'll just point out, this is in the staff report, but there's a variety of exhibits attached to the DDA. We have a legal description and a map as Exhibit A, the schedule of performance as Exhibit B, the scope of development, which is basically the entitlement plans that you saw, as Exhibit C, the regulatory agreement, otherwise known as the Affordable Housing Agreement, is Exhibit D. And I will note there's one numbering typo on the Affordable Housing Agreement. If you go to, it's labeled Section 3, and Section 3 through Section 3.4. It should be labeled Section 4. The auto numbering got wonky for some reason. Just It doesn't, but that's just a numbering thing that we'd correct when we finalize that agreement. And then Exhibit E is the conditions of approval. And there's a couple other attachments. There's just that aren't part of the DDA, but there's a sample Department of Industrial Relations prevailing wage sheet, just so you can see what those look like and what that means. And then the Carpenters Union provided the city with pre-qualification language, which is also attached. And I'll just pause for a second if there's any questions on what I talked about, but then I'll have Robin come up and present.
Okay, was there any
part of this.
questions for this first part of the presentation? Go ahead.
Damian, in your presentation, you correctly said Cotati Rohnert Park Unified School District. On page 78 and also on page 110, it says Rancho Cotati
Yeah,
School District, so it would,
yeah.
zip those two spots could be,
Thank you. Yeah, we'll correct that.
yeah, 78 and 110.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay,
Okay.
so should we go ahead and go to?
Bring Robin up?
Okay,
She has-
Robin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for having me here again tonight. You can go to the next slide. Damian already kind of gave a lot of background, and I know this is our third time here at council, so I'm not going to dwell on this other than to say this is since our involvement in the project, this is our 7th community meeting / public hearing that we have been here for. So it's been a pretty robust community engagement process. Next slide. Through that process, we've made several changes to the project based on feedback that we have received. I'm again, since we really discussed this at the last August hearing, I'm going to spare everybody's time and not go over this slide unless you want me to come back to it later. Next slide. There are two things I really want to focus on tonight, which is why does this project need local subsidy and why is the amount that you are giving appropriate for the project? And number two is I know at the August meeting and again tonight, we have a number of members of NorCal Carpenters Union. So I wanted to talk about the prevailing wage and union commitments that I have and don't have on the project. So firstly, with affordable housing financing, quite simply, the rental revenues generated by affordable housing aren't sufficient to support the level of debt that we need to cover our development costs. So particularly in the Bay Area and Sonoma County, there's exceptionally high land costs, labor costs, construction costs, and the gap between what our rents can support and what our project needs is very large, requiring subsidy. So just as an example, I have up here on the screen what the rents are for an affordable housing building in Sonoma County. This is designated by HUD. And then with respect to some of the labor and construction costs, just to put it in perspective, I think Damian mentioned in your staff report, you may have what the prevailing wage rate is for a residential carpenter in Sonoma County. I believe with all the fringe benefits, it's about $100 an hour compared to Southern California, where the equivalent is about $60 an hour. So it's just exceptionally high costs here in Northern California and in Sonoma County. Next slide. So why is local subsidy needed? There are a couple studies I'm going to reference in my points here tonight. One is a 2024 study by the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. They looked at, again, with affordable housing, the primary funding source for these projects is what's called low-income housing tax credits. Those are allocated by the state. And so the MTC looked at all of the projects that were awarded 4% tax credits over 2021, 22, 2023. And based on those applications and projects, The average total development costs for an affordable housing project in Sonoma County is $634,000 a unit. Lower than what it is in the 9-county Bay Area in general, but still pretty high. Again, it costs $634,000 to build a unit of affordable housing in Sonoma County, based on those 3 years of data. Public subsidy covered approximately 35% of that. So in Sonoma County, public subsidy covered about $222,000 per unit, of which about 20% came from local governments and county governments, and 15% came from the state. So again, looking at those over those 3 years, projects, affordable housing in Sonoma County, the average local contribution was about $127,000, $126,800. As Damian pointed out, what's in the development and disposition agreement for us is $54,345 per unit in local contribution through discounted land and impact fee waivers. And that's substantially less than what other affordable housing projects in Sonoma County are getting from their local governments. Next slide. Again, just to kind of drive the point home as to why we need local subsidy. There's the general challenges I already talked about, and specific or general challenges for any affordable housing project in the Bay Area and Sonoma County, but there's also some project specific challenges. Our site, I'm going to try not to get too wonky, but it is not in a qualified census tract. It is not in a difficult development area. It is not in a state designated high resource area. These are all resources that bring with them competitiveness for state funding and also additional equity for your tax credits. So the project is already disadvantaged by the fact that we are not in any of those areas. There's nothing we can do about them. Thankfully, they do change. Those designations change every year. So we might be lucky in that 1 year we might get one of those designations and be able to benefit from that. That's happened on my project that we're working on right now in Healdsburg. But as of now, we're not in any of those areas. The project includes a significant amount of public improvements. We've agreed to widen the sidewalk along East Cotati Avenue, a new sidewalk along Charles Street, make modifications to the median along East Cotati Avenue to make sure the bike lanes don't get narrower, and we're undergrounding the utilities. The inclusion of the commercial space, again, costs money. Cotati has high impact fees. I'll get into that in a second, but they are unfortunately very high compared to other jurisdictions. And again, we've agreed to pay prevailing wages on the project, which increases costs on the project. The city doesn't have any direct financial subsidy for the project, so that is why the local subsidy we are requesting is in the form of discounted land and impact fee waivers. Go to the next slide. With respect to the impact fee waivers, the second study that I mentioned I would talk about tonight is one from the Turner Center for Housing Innovation at UC Berkeley. They do a lot of research on the housing market and the affordable housing market in general in California. And they have found that the average impact fee for multifamily housing, not just affordable housing, but multifamily housing in California is $15,000 to $20,000 a unit. So most projects, again, the average in California is the impact fees the local government charges is between $15,000 and $20,000. Here in Cotati, they're more than double that. So one of the things that we are asking for is a waiver of impact fees other than those fees which cannot be waived, such as the water and sewer. So we are requesting an impact fee waiver that amounts to $35,595. And the second one is the discounted land. We asked for the land to be donated for $1. We understand, and quite frankly, that's what we've gotten on our last 3 projects. The local jurisdictions that we work in, when there's public land involved, it's usually delivered for $1. But we agreed to a compromise position here where we would be paying for half of what the city paid for the site. Again, given the high cost environment, the absence of direct financial subsidy, the project's limited eligibility for enhanced state and tax credit funding, The impact fee waivers and the discounted land are really essential to help make this project financially feasible. Next slide. A part of the subsidy stack that we will pursue aggressively for the project is state funding. My company, Freebird, we've been very successful in securing state funding for projects. Again, even though this project doesn't fit nicely and neatly into the state's high resource map, we will still be pursuing all programs that we can for the project. I've just listed here Freebird's last 4 projects. We've been successful on all this funding. We were successful the first time we applied. So a significant amount of state funding that we've been able to bring to our last 4 projects, and we hope to do the same for body. All right, the next part of my, hey, I didn't even have to say next slide, thank you. We'll focus on prevailing wage requirements for the project. So I moved to California about 12 years ago from New York. I've developed 10 affordable housing and mixed income projects in California. Some of them not under Freebird. I just started Freebird about 5 or 6 years ago. But 6 of those 10 projects have been prevailing wage projects, and 6 of them have been built by union general contractors. Those aren't the same projects. There were some projects that were not prevailing wage that I still did with union contractors. But all of that is to say that when I can make a project financially feasible with union contractors, I use union contractors. The DDA has a requirement that the project is going to be subject to state prevailing wage requirements, and that we will pay the city's costs for a third-party labor compliance monitor. On all of my projects, the general contractor, whether they're union or non-union, hires a labor compliance monitor, and Freebird hires a labor compliance monitor. In this case, we'll be paying for the city to hire a labor compliance monitor. So the project will be subject to prevailing wages, and there will be 3 different labor compliance monitors on the project. Any labor requirements beyond those that are required by the state prevailing wage requirements would likely reduce our general contractor pool, reduce our subcontractor pool, make it harder for smaller firms to compete for construction contracts, which is particularly problematic because with the state and federal funding that we get for projects, it requires us to use small contractors, subcontractors, and it could potentially increase the costs on the project. Next slide, please. As I mentioned before, I bid my projects to both union and non-union general contractors, and I will do the same on this project. The Carpenters Union had sent me a list of 10 union general contractors last year. I will bid this project to all of those 10 and any others they want me to bid the project to. There are 3 union contractors that I've worked with before who were not on that list, who I will bid the project to, in addition to non-union general contractors. When I do work with non-union general contractors, I require that they also bid to union and non-union subcontractors. So even when a project is awarded to a non-union general contractor, we have some union subcontractors on the project. Again, I will do the same on this project. If a non-union contractor is selected, they will still be bidding to union subcontractors. And again, if the Carpenters Union would provide me with a list of subcontractors, union subcontractors they want us to bid to, we're happy to do that. They have not provided a list on my last 2 projects, even when I've asked. All right, next slide. It says questions, but I did want to address a couple of the comments made at the August 2025 hearing that were made by the Carpenters Union rep, just to clarify the record. Number 1 was the comments that the rep made regarding alleged violations against Mitsui and RJP. There are 2 specific subcontractors that they brought up. The comments imply that those that violations occurred on Freebird's projects. And I want to be very clear that Mitsui was our framer on our project in Santa Rosa, and there has not been a DIR, a Department of Industrial Relations investigation on Mitsui on that project. DIR, the first thing they do when they receive a complaint, well, after they sits on their desk for a few months, is they send us a request for information. We have not received that on that project for that subcontractor, and that project's been complete for over a year now. With respect to RJP, again, the remarks made it sound like RJP had violations on our projects, and in that case, we hadn't even started framing on the project that they referenced. We did select RJP, but we had not started framing on that project. And as far as I know, we have not been notified of any DIR investigations on RJP on the project that they're working on for us in Healdsburg right now. They did have a past settlement with DIR that was not for one of my projects. So I just want to be, again, very clear that those were not on my project. I've also let the Carpenters Union know that if they believe that there is a violation on one of my projects, they should let me know. And I will look into it because I would like to address it sooner rather than later. And sometimes when things are filed with DIR, they do sit on DIR's desk for a while before ever making it to me. So I will mention on my South Park project, again, the Santa Rosa project, we have had 3 DIR investigations on that project. And again, it's just an investigation. It does not mean that there's been anything, there's been a violation, but we were notified in May of 2024 that our mechanical sub, we received a notice from DIR in May of 2024 requesting information. And when I say request information, they want certified payrolls, contract, etc. We provided all of that information to DIR in June of 2024. So what is that? A year and a half ago now. And my understanding is DIR has not done their review of that information yet. We were notified by DIR or requested information of DIR in February of 2025 for our trash chute subcontractor. We supplied that information again within the time period that DIR gave us, which is usually 10 days. And my understanding is that case settled for a couple $1,000s in June of 2025. And then the third one on my South Park Commons project was our storefront subcontractor. We received that notice in July of 2025, almost a year after the project was completed. And my understanding is, again, we responded to it within the 2 weeks or however much time is usually allotted. And my understanding is that has not been reviewed by DIR yet either. So I think, again, I just lay out all of that because there were points brought up in August that I said I would look into and let you know. So this is my letting you know. I do have in the audience today Chrissy Davis. She is the president of the contractor that's building my Healdsburg project for me right now. She was also the president before she started her own company. She was the president of the contractor who built my Santa Rosa project, South Park Commons, for me. So if you do have any comments specific to those projects, or questions, I should say, she is here to respond to those. And I think my last comment is just that I wanted to mention, as you saw in Damien's talk, the original notice for request for qualifications went out to almost 200 developers. And the city only got one response, and that was from me. And there's a reason for that. And the reason is this is a difficult project. It's hard to finance, as I mentioned before. I've already invested $200,000 of my own money into this project. I took a chance on it. I've been, I believe, a very flexible and responsive partner. And I'm hoping that we can continue working together and make this project happen.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Robin. So we're going to ask if anyone on city council has questions of either Damien or Robin Zimler.
I had one on the labor compliance monitor. You mentioned there'd be three, and one would be funded by the city. And then who are the other two funded by?
On all of my projects, I hire a third party labor compliance monitor. So on behalf of the developer, there's usually one on the general contractor hires one. Those are two distinct ones. And usually the city government or the public entity that has the prevailing wage requirement defers to the owners, to the developer's compliance monitor. But in this case, I've agreed to pay for a third compliance monitor so that the city's compliance monitor can be separate from mine.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Okay. All right, thank you. So we'll go to public comment, and this time we'll start in the room. Do we have any commenters in the room that would like to comment? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Alderman.
You seem to have this all wrapped up. I would like to point out that I was going to do an injunction to have you not vote on this tonight because of the misuse of public funds and lack of transparency, and that public input has not been taken for a year. In August, it was me and the union guys. You have had nothing since. The same day, the same council meeting, you put in the impact fees against affordable housing being written off. She got 1.6 million for that decision you made, which takes away from impacts to the services of the city that we paid. And the only reason I couldn't today do this injunction is because I don't know the law on discounted land. You guys had secretive meeting and 2 years ago and bought the land of 1.6 million out of 3 million. You had already taken 1 million for the sewer fund to facilitate partly the Cotati Hotel, and we know how well that's gone. And you leave nothing for the rest of the city. And now you're going to sell it for $800,000. That's a gift. $800,000 where services could have go to the citizens of Cotati. It happens all the time. You do get into these agreements, and the city of Cotati citizens themselves don't get services. With the hotel, the development agreement had to have the functional exchange for the parking lot. We paid $1 million cost overage for Airport Boulevard and Pelham Boulevard, not parking rights that weren't even in our city, anywhere near our city. So we had $1 million worth less of that services. When we had the COVID, we had 1.6 million, and the city used that in the general fund, and mostly they pay down unfunded pension liability that year. So you're doing it again. You're going to take money from the citizens of Cotati. And I don't know the legal, I think it's going to be pretty illegal that you can not give them discounted land out of affordable housing funds. There's no reason. And it would have been better if we had the 5-story building. We would not be up to 2.4 million of our dollars now being used. That's more than the property taxes for the city of Cotati's every year. That's more, it's 300 and I think $17 per resident of Cotati that these 44 units would cost us. So my family, $1,000 to pay for affordable housing downtown. This should never have been gone through the city. The cost should never been thrown on the citizens, and this is an abomination. And it shows how out of control you are with your financial and what you think you can get away with.
Any other commenters in the room on this item? Okay, go ahead.
So the city got one bid, set this project out for bid. It got one bid from a developer to put in 44 units on less than an acre of land. What could possibly go wrong with that? Pay $1.65 million for a piece of land, turn around and sell it for $800,000. Where I went to business school, that didn't make a lot of sense. The woman here talks about the developers are going to pay these fees. The developers are going to pay these fees. They're going to get money from the city. You know, look at developers don't pay fees. People pay fees. People pay taxes. Renters pay taxes. The tenants and the public are going to pay for this, not the developers. Companies don't pay taxes. People pay taxes. Where I went to school, the whole thing is unaffordable. This is unaffordable housing, government-funded housing disaster right before our eyes. Subsidies, subsidies, subsidies. Never saw a subsidy you didn't like. They need more and more of our money. They need more and more of my money. No wonder so many people are moving out of California. It's for fiascos like this. Need more money. Nobody waived my fees on my house. When do I get a break? Most of us are refugees here in Cotati. When you think about it, we've come from San Mateo County to Marin County, coming north to be affordable. There's nothing going to be affordable down there at these prices. Then you talk about small town charm. Mrs. Harvey, how many nights did we talk about small town charm to get you elected or Pat Gilardi elected or downtown specific? Small town charm, is this going to add to small town charm? When we had our downtown specific plan charrettes, the workshops in here, the Bay Area Air Quality Management District came forward and said, look don't build this kind of stuff down here on streets that see 26,000 car trips a day because we're going to create a smog corridor. She talked about a smog corridor. She says it's unhealthy for a living, breathing community. And that's just what you're doing. Stack and pack housing on less than an acre. And how are you going to manage this? You can't even manage the hotel. We got a failed hotel down there for 2 years. Code enforcement doesn't look at it, but they come to my house. 2-year disaster. How are you going to manage code enforcement on something like this? You can't even manage the hotel. You've already proven you can't do it. Okay, so when this project fails because of the economy may go south, then what are you going to do? You got sticks down there sticking out of the ground at the hotel. You're going to have this project half built. What are you going to do? You're not qualified. You don't have the experience. You don't have a track record for these kind of projects. You failed. You're not capable. You're also not worthy. You haven't proven yourself worthy to approve a project like this and steal our money, our tax money to subsidize it. Subsidize housing. Affordable housing, they call it. It's all unaffordable. Don't you get it? Haven't you done a research on how affordable it is to live around the Bay Area? This only adds to the problem. You can't do it. Small town charm, indeed. This project doesn't work. Doesn't work on paper. It's an insult to our intelligence.
Okay, any other commenters on this topic? No, okay, go ahead.
Good morning, council members, mayor, city staff. Thank you for allowing me to speak here tonight. In order to support this project, the pre-qualification language provided by the Norcross Carpenters Union would need to be adopted. So I have a unique perspective in that I'll be able to watch this going up across the street. I live at 82 Charles Street. So it's my hope, my fervent hope that does not end up like the project north of town. I don't think it will be. But as a union carpenter for the last 36 years and a happy Cotati resident for the last 24, moved here in 2002, my wife and I and our dog. We've added onto our house twice. It's been great working with City of Cotati. It's like super smooth, planning department, building department, everything went really well. So I enjoy this town. I enjoy living here. And I just hope that we can have contractors that can provide the same kind of benefits that I've enjoyed my entire life, that my father's a carpenter provided for me, and both my sons now are in the Carpenters Union as well. So I just hope that that quality of life where we can lift up the working class and provide them with medical benefits and retirement benefits that they can use to better their lives as it has bettered mine. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else would like to come and speak on this item? Come forward.
My name is Katie Estupian. I'm a journeyman carpenter out of Local 71 in Santa Rosa. I've spent years on job sites like this one, building homes that families depend on, and I'm proud of the work that I do. But an affordable housing project like this one shouldn't just be about meeting the minimum requirements. Prevailing wage alone is not enough. Strong labor standards like real healthcare and state certified apprenticeship programs are what ensure this project is built safely, on schedule, and with lasting quality. Affordable housing should not be built on unstable labor. When we invest in strong labor standards, we invest in quality construction, workforce development, and a stronger community, not just for today, but for decades to come. Healthcare means workers can show up healthy and focused, not worried about choosing between seeing a doctor and paying rent. Apprenticeship standards mean skilled, trained workers, people who know how to do the job right the first time, while also creating a pathway for local residents to build real careers in the trades. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak on this item? Go ahead and come forward. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. First, I'd like to thank you for allowing me to speak today. Chris Palomo, senior organizer at a Local 751, representing Sonoma County. I want to start off by saying that I think this is a great project, right? Affordable housing is everything that we need. And that's something that us as the Carpenters Union support. We are the strongest pro-housing labor council out there right now. Like we've put bills forth, affordable housing, AB 2011, SB 4, SB 423, because we want to see housing built. And we want to uplift everybody while doing it, right? And that's why in all those bills, we enforce strict standards too, because affordable housing, you can't have one without strong labor standards. Otherwise, it contradicts itself. So I want to commend staff and also Freebird for, saying that there's going to be prevailing wage. But like I said on the last meeting, prevailing wage is great, but it's just a baseline. It doesn't stop contractors for cutting corners from having wage theft, tax fraud, misclassification. It doesn't stop that. Those contractors that I mentioned last time. And so when I talked about MHA RDR LLC, right? I actually have it here. I can show you guys this. I'll have to redact the workers' information, but they were on the South Park Commons project for core. I have one worker that's owed $34,553. Another worker that's owed $40,033. Another one, $36,338. And the last one, $15,586, all for overtime rest periods not taken, meal periods, and not paid. RJP, I had mentioned, I never said that they had failures on that project. I said that I brought to the attention of Freebird that they have a bunch of issues, right? So just in February, they had to pay $1 million to 1,000 workers for wage theft, misclassification. And I brought that attention saying, if you're going to You're allowing them, by hiring them to do this project, you're giving them opportunities to do it again. That is their business model. And that is why we brought forth, the prequel. The city, I'm proud of you guys for recognizing that there was an issue and you asked us for a solution. We brought it. And that's why we implemented and we gave you guys the prequel language. It's not increasing the cost because you're already paying prevailing wage. It's just asking for these standards of healthcare and apprenticeship language, right? And if you look, I don't know if you guys were able to take a look at the prequel that we submitted. That language is very easy to meet. I mean, in the apprenticeship standards, we're asking for one Sonoma County resident graduated in the last 5 years, a state certified apprenticeship program to meet those standards. That's not a lot. So again, Freebird, they can't afford it because you're already paying the prevailing wage. That's the union rates. All we're asking is for that to make sure that those workers are getting the health care and the apprenticeship, not just the fringe benefits on the check. Because what's going to happen is they're going to get just $104 an hour. They're not going to pay health care for however the duration along they're on the project. Because then once they leave that project, they're going to go back to making $20 an hour. It doesn't help. So they need to have health care for themselves and their families on that project. What we do is hard work. I don't know if you've seen Carpenters and what we do. What we cover 11 apprenticeable trades. That's everything from the concrete, the wood frame, the drywall, acoustical ceiling, scaffold, millwrights, poly drivers. We do it all. Any given project is 60, 70%. We're asking you guys to be the leaders of this city, do the right thing, and make sure that the language we presented you guys is implemented in this draft development agreement. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone else that would like to come up and speak to us on this item? Okay, seeing no one come forward. Oh, yes, we have someone. Yes, please come forward.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for having me. My name is Chrissy. I'm the president and founder of Encourage. I just started this company a year and a half ago. And Encourage, it's actually an acronym. So I'm going to show you my little thing. So it stands for integrity, collaboration, regularly achieving goals effectively. I started this company a year and a half after working about 2 decades in the industry here in the Bay Area, building multifamily housing for that period of time. And unfortunately, it feels that the whole industry has lost the values of integrity and collaboration first. That's why I started this firm. That's why I'm doing things differently. I hold myself to an extremely high standard, and I hold my team and who we hire and who we work with to a very high standard. We work with both union and non-union trades on all of our projects. We're blessed to be able to work on the Healdsburg project with Robin currently. We went out to bid to 600 different subcontractors for this project with about 60 different trades. That's almost 10 subcontractors per trade, if you do the math. 400 of them responded. We had such a wide interest in our project, largely because of who I am and where I'm coming from, our reputation. I'm a brand new company up in the area. So we had a blend of union and non-union subs, and we go through a rigorous pre-qual process to make sure that we are delivering integrity and collaboration first. Subs have to go through background checks, legal checks, financial checks, safety checks, and ownership change of hands checks. On top of that, for any of the major trades, I personally get involved and make sure that I am physically meeting with the founders, the executives of these firms, so that I can understand their candor, their drive, their story, so I can see who they are. I personally met with the president and executives of RJP, who I had not yet worked with. I met with them on a job site. I checked out their background. They were forthcoming in saying that they had repositioned their structure so that they can make sure they align with prevailing wage requirements more easily. And so with that up front, I actually felt comfortable moving forward. I also hired the strictest prevailing wage monitor myself on top of the already strict one that Robin had hired to make sure that we were dotting our I's and crossing our T's. I have it in my heart that I enjoy giving back to the community as you do. You're here to serve the people of this community. And I take extreme weight in what we are doing with taxpayer dollars. And it is my job to not only manage risk for the project and make sure that we are delivering a top-notch quality project for this community or the communities that we get to build in, and for the taxpayers, but to make sure that we are doing it by not cutting corners, by delivering it with even higher quality than typical, and doing it with the utmost integrity and collaboration. So I just want to say thank you for the time. I welcome any questions or comments. And frankly, I want to bring the collaboration together because everyone deserves to move forward in full force. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else in the room would like to come and speak on this item? Thank you. Move forward. Yeah, come.
Good evening, council members. Dan McCullough, NorCal Carpenters Union, and wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but listening to everybody, it sounds like everybody's going to do everything right. So why not put the language that Chris submitted into the DDA? Sounds pretty simple. Prevailing wage being paid, great. Let's take it to the next level. Let's make sure that the money that's paid within the prevailing wage goes to what it's supposed to be going for. Part of that prevailing wage is supposed to be providing health care for the workers on that project. Sounds pretty easy. Everybody sounds pretty agreeable this evening. So why not do it? Pretty easy. She even said that violations that the Department of Labor have, it takes them years to get around to those cases. So let's just make it easy. Put it in writing, put it in the DDA, and we can get going. We'll get in an agreement then. So anyways, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other commenters on this item? Okay, not seeing anyone in the room, I'll ask if we can go to Zoom, please.
Thank you, Mayor Lemus. Zoom attendees, speaking to you, please use the raise hand icon if you'd like to make a public comment on this item. Mayor Lemus, there are no hands on Zoom. That will end public comment.
Okay, thank you. So now I'll bring it back to council and we'll have some discussion on it. So I don't know if we'll start with Councilmember Savage. Do you have any comments or?
Well, it's a very difficult situation to look at. I mean, I think all the comments are very valid and credible. I think that, you kind of look at what we're trying to do here is to provide more affordable housing. And I think whatever gives us the most options to make that happen is good for us. I wish we could accommodate everyone with their level of expertise of what they do. I think, all the speakers have been very credible and I've enjoyed the information they've shared with us. But I think that whatever gives us the most options is probably the best road for us.
Thank you. And Vice Mayor Harvey?
Damien, I don't know if this is a you question or a Robin question. So there was discussion around the document that was provided to you with the pre-quals. What is different and why?
So the pre-qual document that's in the packet that was provided by the Carpenters Union, there's some like legal stuff at the end, but basically I'd say it breaks down into three main categories. One is prevailing wage, healthcare, and apprenticeship are the three categories, at least as I read it. And so with regard to prevailing wage, that is written into the DDA, so it's a prevailing wage project. With regard to, I'll start with apprenticeship. With regard to apprenticeship, there is a, so let me back up and just say, when you're doing a prevailing wage job, and there is apprenticeship requirements, and also in the DDA, there's additional language around apprenticeship requirements. So there's the Department of Industrial Relations sets up the apprenticeship sort of guidelines and the standards within the state. And apprentices are supposed to adhere to those standards, or the trainers that train apprentices are supposed to adhere to those standards. And so when you get in accordance with the DIR regulations, there's fixed ratios and there's apprenticeship pay scales. It's all very, I'm not an expert in it, but from what I could tell, it seems to be all very well delineated in terms of the number of apprentices per journeyman. And like I said, the pay scale. There's something else I'm forgetting right now, but there's some other just main points that are in the staff report about how apprentices are managed under state DIR apprenticeship standard guidelines. That is one half of their, I think what was in the, if I understood the Carpenters Union document, it was a state, like a state apprenticeship program, which I think that would qualify, or it was an OR, as I recall, that it could be like a local program that graduated a certain number of Sonoma County, I think it was one Sonoma County resident within the last 5 years, as was said. So it doesn't get into the locality of it. It just basically adheres more to the state prevailing wage law, and then the additional clauses in the DDA about apprenticeship requirements, which also adhere to the labor code. So, and then, so those are those two. The third is healthcare. When you pay prevailing wage, you pay, there's a stack of fringe benefits on top of the wage itself, the hourly. So one of those, that means like retirement, healthcare is another one. And so if you are, if you work for a company that provides benefits, and so in California in general, the standard, the requirement for companies, and this isn't construction, this is just generally for companies in California. If you have less than 50 employees, it's optional if you want to provide benefits. If it's over 50, then it's healthcare is required. So this was a requirement that came in with the Affordable Care Act, right? So if you're a company that provides benefits, and notably in this case, healthcare benefits, that part of the fringe benefit goes into pay healthcare. If you work for a company that doesn't provide benefits, again, healthcare in this case, then it just gets added up as money and paid out to the employee, to the worker. So in the example, it was, I think, a $60-something prevailing wage. All those fringes would basically, if you worked for a company with benefits, those would get, parsed out into the different benefits. If you don't, then they all get rolled up and added into your hourly rate and then just paid out. As I understand what the request was to work with companies that only with companies that provide benefits, so that the employees are covered by benefits, even regardless of the jobs they're working on. I think that was the request, as I understood it. And from after going through it in quite a bit of detail, and also talking with Freebird about it, we kept on coming back to just concern about unintended consequences and how that could, limit the pool of contractors, and then subsequently, and sort of unknown impact on the cost. And as I started the presentation on the financial elements, we are proposing in this DDA to contribute about $54,000 a door. That is, as affordable housing projects and local governmental contributions go, that's on the low end. The reason why we landed there is because we were trying to balance the need for some affordable housing money to do more projects, ideally more affordable projects, but also try to get enough local contribution into this project to make it viable. So that's, we hope we've landed there. We'll see as they get in, if the council approves this and they go into, the gap funding requests, and then maybe the tax credit, which would be stacked on top of that. Time will tell as they try to start aggregating the different sources of funding. But anyway, the point being that the less, the more contractors that they have to choose from that are all going to adhere to prevailing wage and all those requirements, the more likely the project would come together financially and work, and the less likely we'd be unknowingly limiting the pool of contractors. And so that was the perspective when this proposal was put together.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then could I ask then Robin a question associated with that? So you've done, I think you said 12 of these similar projects.
10 in California.
10 in California. Okay,
Mhm.
so what is your experience with working with companies that pay benefits versus those that don't? Because I am well aware that the union members, that's outside of any business that happens. It gets paid to the union makes sure that all of those fringe benefits get paid. People that choose to not be in a union shop, that puts that onus back on the business owner.
Mhm.
And so the business owner may or may not, just like in the United States of America, there are tons of businesses that pay no benefits at all. We've kind of, the pendulum has swung that way for a while now. It used to be all companies paid benefits, and now you're hard pressed to find a job that pays benefits. So my question to you is, in your experience and what you do, what is the percentage of companies that you use that are paying the benefits, so we would have some assurances that, to the point of just giving the person the money, that they may or may not use it for that? So what has been
Yeah.
your...
First, if I can, I just want to address the apprenticeship question really quickly, and then I can address the benefits. So as Damien said, I just want to make sure everybody's clear. The state labor code, including the section that we will be required to comply with, has a host of apprenticeship requirements. They do not require that, and they have approved apprenticeship programs. They do not require that approved apprenticeship program have had graduated one Sonoma County resident, but I don't think that's germane to whether somebody is adequately trained anyway. So again, there will be protections in place through our 3 labor compliance monitors who will be making sure that each subcontractor and the contractor comply with the state prevailing wage code, which requires apprenticeship programs and contributions, et cetera. So that's all the apprenticeship question. On the healthcare question, again, as Damien mentioned, there's no special exemption that construction contractors have from employer benefits and employer paid benefits. So as any other company is required to provide employee benefits, so are construction contractors. Typically, again, when the law of the land, it applies to employers over 50. I don't have a great breakdown as to who does and who doesn't on my projects, at least not of the under 50 employees. I will say that all of my projects, because of the state funding that's in them and the federal funding that's in them, we have goals to contract to small businesses. And I will not be able to meet those goals. I shouldn't say, I don't want to be that definitive. It will be harder for me to be able to meet those goals if there is an employer paid and provided healthcare requirement on all of my subs and my general contractor. I think the only jurisdiction that I know that requires that, I think maybe San Francisco requires that. San Francisco also provides about $200,000 per unit in local subsidy for their projects. So I cannot narrow my pool by having an employer healthcare mandate on all of my subs and on my contractor. I will say that my framer on the Healdsburg project, again, the one that's been mentioned a few times now, RJP, they are a large employer. They provide healthcare benefits to their employees. And not only do they provide healthcare benefits to their employee, they do not take the fringe benefit out of their employees' paychecks. So again, their employees are getting the fringe in their paycheck for employer benefits. And on top of that, they're also getting the employer, they're offered the employer coverage, which again, there are rules through whatever you want to call it, ACA, Obamacare, I don't know what we call it these days, as to how much of that the employer pays versus how much the employee pays. But in that case, again, all of the companies that we work with that have over 50 employees are providing that.
So you look to try and hire companies that provide.
I look to try to hire companies that provide that, at the same time balancing my needs for hiring. Well, the state calls it housing supplier diversity. And so whether that's minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, LGBT businesses, small businesses, a lot of those are small businesses. So it's all a balancing act.
And I know that for small businesses, oftentimes it's difficult for them to purchase those types of products on their own.
Yes.
Because they don't have the quantity of folks to be able to go and negotiate medical with the different providers. So it is difficult for small businesses.
Yes.
To do that. While I have you up here, there was a comment that was made that you just had to pay $1 million fine.
No, again, I did not have to pay $1 million fine.
Okay.
So again, I clarify the record. Our framer on our Healdsburg project is RJP. They're the subcontractor that I just mentioned, provides healthcare benefits, and their employees still get their fringe benefit. They had a settlement with DIR in February of 2025. So before we hired them for our project, $1 million settlement with DIR, which was from what I understand, a class action lawsuit brought against them by one person, but covered 1,000 workers. So $1,000 a worker from when we were vetting them for our project. They could have, to make a long story short, they settled. They don't want to live under a cloud of a DIR investigation. When we get these notices for DIR investigations, some subs choose just to settle and not have it languish there for years, and some subs let it languish there for years and see what happens. I will also say from here, I know.
Did your company pay that? Because it was stated that Freebird paid that is what was stated.
By me?
That's what the commenter said, that Freebird.
Yeah, no.
Okay, so it was.
Their
the
$1 million settlement with DIR was before we ever entered into a contract with them. We have nothing to do with.
Okay, I just wanted clarification.
Yeah, and I'll mention it just while we're here also, because I know that Chris mentioned the four employees on South Park Commons, my Santa Rosa project. Again, we have not received any DIR investigation notice on that sub. That doesn't mean there hasn't been one filed. They sit on the desk for a while. So if after this meeting, Chris wants to talk to me about those cases, I am happy to look into them and not wait for a DIR investigation to show up on my desk. I've always said, like, if there are violations, I want to know about them and I want to correct them. I don't want to wait a year until maybe DIR, investigates it or not.
Okay, thank you. This next I want to make sure we clarify it's for Damien. So there was mention of the $825,000 that is going towards the land, and that money is coming from the Affordable Housing Fund. And just to clarify, can you clarify for everyone why that fund's there and what those funds can and can't be used for, because it was alluded to that that 825,000 could have been used for services, and that's not my understanding. So could you clarify that?
Yeah, the Affordable Housing Fund is a restricted fund, and its sole purpose is to produce affordable housing. That's the point of that money. It's impact fee money, and it can't be used for services of any sort of general nature. So, like I said, it only can be used for production, for things that move towards the production of affordable housing. It can't be used for services like whatever you might think services would be. Like, you can't use it for parks, you can't use it for streets, you can't use it for police, you can't use it for anything like that. It's literally just for producing affordable housing.
Okay, and on the flip side of that, the $1.5 million waiving of the impact fees, what could that have been used for?
So impact fees are all restricted funds, which means, again, they're not services of any type. They'd be for infrastructure.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for that. So thank you, everyone, for all of your comments and everything. It's really wonderful to see everyone, get engaged. It's one of those things where whenever we have a housing project, it seems like is the time that people come out. The one thing that sits with me and has sat with me for a while ever since we've done the last couple of surveys is people in this community, top priority for all of them is housing, housing, housing. That is what people are saying that is needed. So that is why we've tried to focus so much on, looking at ways to make housing happen. I don't disagree that $600,000 per unit is an absurd amount of money to me. It just it boggles my mind that things cost that much. But we do have to move housing along for multiple reasons. One, first and foremost for me, is because our citizens want it. They've asked for housing. Secondly, we have now the lovely state that, feels like they can come down and tell us, what we have to do and when we have to do it and how we have to do it. So from that perspective, that we need to move that. I do feel that we've come a long way when this SB 35 project was put out there. This is not near what we heard from. I mean, a lot of people were not happy with that. And it goes back to, as Mr. Barrich mentioned, the small town character, seeing a box that's 5 stories tall, 70 feet in the middle of our downtown was not something that this community supported at all. So it's always kind of that balance, what can we do to make things happen and do the best that we can to try and make it fit in with what we have. I feel like Freebird has gone out and met with the community and made some changes, particularly because they're surrounding single-family homes. They've met with the folks in the neighborhood, and I feel like 3 stories is a lot for me. I gasp at that, but it is, from the looks of it, it looks like it will work in that particular area. It has the step down in the back closer to the single family dwellings. So I appreciate that work with the citizens that are in the area, because that's something that they were concerned about. So the bottom line for me is that we need to move housing projects along. I understand that everyone has to contribute. So I'm hopeful that a lot of these people in this room that are concerned about, the bidding of this project, I hope that they submit bids, because we will get probably a better project if people work that out together. but I am in support of moving this forward and therefore in support of this DDA because we got to get this going. And I do not hope at all that this will end up like the hotel sitting there. That would make me extremely distraught.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor. So yes, the DDA includes an estimated 54,000 in local contribution, plus a discounted land and the fee waivers, the impact fee waivers that we have. And so that leaves that 54,000 a door, which seems like a lot, and it is a lot, for us. But we're invested in our community and in our residents. And I think that really the priority renters list that created really talks about, who's going to be served with this affordable housing. And that's important to have in our community. It's also important to have health. And so I think that there's different options that I was hearing too. So I also am in support of this. So I think what we'll do is we'll do one more comment from Vice Mayor.
I understand 54,000 is a lot. We've asked for a 55-year affordable housing agreement on this. And I guess I look at it from a broader perspective that if you take that $54,000 a unit, it's really $1,000 a year to help get someone to be able to afford a unit to live in. So it is a long-term commitment for an asset for the community. I know it's painful up front, but I look at it more long-term for the 55 years that those homes will be able.
Thank you. That's
to
a good way of
support
looking
those.
at it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Spread
so
over
it's
the amount of years.
$1,000 a year.
Right, of helping community members, yeah. Okay, so next step, since we've already kind of received public comment and we've talked about it, we're going to do a roll call vote. Should we do a roll call or?
You want a motion?
We need a motion first. Thank
motion,
you.
yeah. Motion and a second.
Do you have a motion and a second?
Right, I'll take a stab at it here. I recommend we approve resolution directing the city manager to execute a disposition and development agreement with Freebird Development Company LLC for the development of 120 East Cotati Avenue as a mixed-use affordable housing project.
Second.
Do we do a roll call or no voice vote?
Probably better to do roll call.
Maybe let's do a roll call, please.
Councilmember Savage,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Harvey,
Yes.
Mayor Lemus.
Yes. Okay, so that passes with 3, 1 abstain and 1 not here. Thank you. Okay, and 1 recuse. Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to move on to item 7D, which is the Food and Mobile Business Ordinance Workshop. But we'll pause a second so we can bring Councilmember Ford back in. So we'll take 1 pause. Why don't we take a short break? We're going to take a short break while we get him back in and we go to the next item. Yeah. Okay, so now we have item 7D, which is a food and mobile business ordinance workshop. And I believe we have a presentation from Noah today.
Thank you, Mayor Lemus, members of the council. Yeah, as identified tonight is a workshop. We're not making any decisions. Staff is just requesting some input and direction on how to respond to some changes in state law and then building on some of the past work. We will reference some of the information provided in a staff report written for the council in January of 2025, so last year. And just as you consider this information, also please have kind of the vision of balancing enforcement and enforceability, because it is some of the topics will kind of hinge on those things. And then the last thing I'll add is I'm filling in for one of my staff members who's not feeling well. And so please have patience with me as I present the material that I was not the author of. So the next slide, we'll get into some background. So sidewalk vendors, food trucks, micro enterprise, home kitchens, Mikos, parklets, and outdoor dining, and a little bit of urban agriculture. That's kind of the topics of conversation. They're broken down by topic. We'll go through each of those. But it's worth noting that food-related businesses present opportunities and challenges. We're going to discuss options that are available to us for managing potential impacts, but also trying to support the economic development opportunities that these types of businesses provide. We're going to be asking for input so we can draft some standards and come back with an ordinance that'll also go through a full public review process, multiple public hearings. And this is building on a workshop that was presented to the Planning Commission on January 20th. We'll go to the next slide. So just a little bit of background on sidewalk vendors. SB 972 and SB 946 have changed the rules for mobile vending. Non-motorized push carts, wagons, stands are now essentially allowed and even people just selling from their persons, both food and or merchandise are now allowed along all of our sidewalks and public parks statewide. They can be roaming or stationary, so someone can set up and sell, or they can be mobile. They do not need permission from adjacent property owners or the city. There's very limited local regulations that cities are allowed to have. It's essentially a by right use that the state has passed citywide. But there is some opportunities to regulate if we pass an ordinance. And so historically, we have not passed an ordinance over the last year as this kind of issue has been evolving. We did create some guidelines and kind of some handouts so people would be aware of those regulations. But we are now moving towards passing an ordinance so we can have that ability to enforce these regulations. And as I talked about, we're thinking about the enforceability of the regulations and then also granting the ability to legally have enforcement. We'll go to the next slide. So some of the ideas that we're considering are definitely requiring city business license, county health permits. There is the option to require a state seller's permit. I'm not familiar with any other jurisdictions that have done that in the county. We can talk about certain locational standards. As mentioned, these are allowed in public sidewalks and in parks. There's a potential that we could pass some regulations to try to speak to some of the other public areas. But again, looking at accessibility, it may be better enforcement, it may be better to just focus on accessibility and not blocking public right-of-ways. There is the ability to maintain some distances from public features. We can prohibit stationary vending in essentially the single-family residential neighborhoods. We cannot allow, or we cannot disallow mobile vending in those opportunities, but we can stop somebody from setting up in front of a single-family home in a neighborhood. And then, as mentioned, roaming vendors may also be limited to certain areas. And we'll go to the next slide. So some of the things that we've been talking about for operational standards are maybe, limiting their operations to 25 square feet. That would be, their wares and their carts. Limited some hours. So residential zones, I know it says 8 a.m. to 30 minutes before sunset. I think we had some past direction about not using sunset or dusk just because of the subjectivity. So we would probably recommend maybe a set time, like 8 to 6. Seems like it may be appropriate. We can require that restroom access is there for stationary vending to allow hand washing. You can regulate stopping for mobile vending. It seems like that could get into kind of some subjectivity issues and enforcement issues. And then rather than requiring a sidewalk vending permit at this time, the recommendation that staff would have would be just to set some very prescribed standards and document compliance and not ask for another permit or another layer of kind of bureaucracy as a method. We'll keep going with this topic. So again, maintaining sidewalk accessibility for pedestrians was a critical element for the Planning Commission. They did favor allowing food carts on private property in some situations, which we're going to talk about those situations later. They were kind of up in the air about should roaming vendors be allowed to stop for set periods of time. As I said, the enforceability of that seems challenging and seems like having a rule, it would just allow people to kind of subjectively call out whether someone was stopping to make a transaction or did they linger if they're a mobile vending. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of worthwhileness there from staff perspective. The flower vendor on East Cotati Avenue was specifically brought up as very important. And it's just, as the council considers these, setting regulations, they are required to be enforced citywide. There is no existing non-conforming kind of allowances for vending from the mobile right-of-way. So just be thoughtful about that, that staff's aware of. We can do some more legal research on that if needed. And then there was some direction from the Planning Commission in favor of limiting signage. So just not allowing very garish signs, sometimes flashing lights or those types of things could be something that we would want to limit. And we would have the ability to do that with an ordinance. And so with that, we can stop on mobile vending. Or I can go through the whole presentation, but I'm now ready to switch gears to Miko's. So if the council has any questions, yeah.
Hold on one second. I think we're missing the recommendation page.
Oh,
Can you
I'm
go
sorry.
back?
So this PowerPoint was modified to include the Planning Commission recommendations. It is not in the packet that was provided to the council. Again, there were some timelines with when we were able to get the PowerPoints completed, staff's limitations. So I'm sorry, I should have mentioned that. The PowerPoint I'm using is slightly different than what is in the packet.
Can you go back to that one page?
Yeah, please.
Thank you. Thank
so
you.
This is here. No, one more forward. Yeah, so this is the recommendation from the Planning Commission, and that's to maintaining sidewalk accessibility is critical. They were in favor of allowing food carts on private property in some situations. That's separate from mobile vending. We'll get to that in a minute. Should roaming vendors be allowed to stop for longer than a set time? They were kind of ambiguous about that, and staff has some concerns, as I just referenced. They brought up specifically the flower guy on East Cotati Avenue as something they would not want to be targeted through enforcement of these regulations that we created. Staff needs to highlight that the enforcement has to be citywide evenly. And so just be thoughtful about how we want to regulate all types of mobile vendors if we choose to write some regulations. And then there was favor about signs limitations on mobile vending. And so that's the gist of the Planning Commission. But again, this is a workshop. We just want to hear kind of input, feedback, concerns, and we'll take that into account as we draft up an ordinance and bring it back through a public process.
Should we ask questions now? Can we ask questions
Yeah,
now?
that's,
or-
or I
Okay.
can keep going as well. I just want to give an opportunity because there's a lot of very dense material. And so staff just wants to provide an opportunity if the council has questions.
Okay, since we're going into a different section, Miko, maybe we'll stop and maybe, should we ask questions then? Yeah, go ahead and ask questions. It's one section. Okay, Vice Mayor Harvey?
Okay, thank you. So, are you suggesting that they have a city business license and county health permit?
Yes.
Okay, and then when you mentioned the vending permit, that was something then on top of that?
It could
And
be, it's
it
an
could-
option.
Okay,
But it
all right.
seems from staff perspective, a little overly bureaucratic and unnecessary.
Well, I mean, I would think that the business license and health permit would kind of cover the aspects that
Yeah.
we need, I would think anyways. And then what was the specific concern about the flower vendor?
Well, that if the city were to pass a mobile vending ordinance, that enforcement actions would be taken against the gentleman who sells flowers on East Cotati Avenue.
Because he's not moving to sell them?
Well, it depends on what regulations we write.
Okay.
So if we write regulations that say mobile vendors are not allowed to operate stationary from the public right of way, the street,
Okay.
then that would have an impact on how that person has typically operated in the city.
Okay.
Right, that we have to kind of apply the regulations to everyone without carve-outs type of thing. That's what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay.
And you're not able to grandfather.
My understanding is that would not exist because that was not, and Mr. Bucker can chime in here, that I'm not sure how you would, we call it existing non-conforming. So if someone was legally in place before the rules were passed, but I'm not sure how that would affect the right of way. So everything that our department regulates in community development is on individual lots, private property. There's a lot of, even if they're owned by the public, there's a lot of rights that go with that and how uses are operated from that and how those properties are used. The right of way is a completely different kind of set of regulations. And I'm not aware of how uses occupying the right of way are able to be documented as existing non-conforming. I don't know if Mr. Bucker has anything to add.
Yeah, I don't think it would be covered by the legal non-conforming. Is the idea that we might adopt regulations that will prohibit it? I think we
Well, so there
could
is
probably legalize it.
Yeah, so there is some discussion in later to talk about mobile vending from the street, essentially like a taco truck or a food truck being able to drive and vend from.
Yeah.
But if we were to, which we don't have to allow, but if we were to say specifically say mobile vending is not allowed to operate in a certain way, that could impact that existing operation that's been occurring in the city for decades. And that concern was expressed by the planning commission.
Yeah, I mean, I'd want to look at the facts of the situation, but it's possible we'd be able to like retain that business and prohibit other similar businesses from operating on a going forward basis since that one's been there for a long time.
They hasn't done a grandfathering thing around the 8 Ball.
Yeah, so that gets back to the private property. So if you open a business and at the time, or you do something on your property and that you build something in a way that's allowed and you permit it and it's legally established, and then the city later on goes and changes the rules after that, as long as you've continually used that and you established it legally from the beginning, the city can't force you to then change your building or how you're operating. And the 8 Ball is an example of that. There's no use permit on that bar. But to open a bar in Cotati now requires a use permit.
So the right of ways the issue.
Yeah, I mean, the rules he's talking about only apply on private property. The right of way is city-owned street, and I guess this business has been operating in the street for a long time.
It seems common in other cities, you see a food truck that might be stationary from 8 to 5 type of a thing, which is kind of what the vendor flower guy does. So there seems to be probably ways that you could word that it wouldn't target.
I mean, some of those trucks don't have permits, some do, some get encroachment permits, some cities allow it. So you see them around and it's hard to tell whether.
There definitely are ways we could allow it.
Okay.
The concern was if you're going to write rules about that, be thoughtful about that existing business that's been operating in the city for decades.
And are the guidelines we're currently following in here?
So there is an attachment that includes a summary of the rules for mobile vendors. It's like a one-page handout, and that's based on state law.
And just not to add something to that, but what about with the redevelopment at 120 East Cotati? And mobile vending, that will change then, right? Once that area is developed, 120 East Cotati, then that vending that occurs right now in front will have to change with the
Well, so again,
property.
it's, he operates from the street. And so that 120 East Cotati Avenue, they will have no ownership over that land. If it were to be red curbed and no parking allowed, they'll have to follow the street, basically the street code, the rules about using the street.
I think as you see development, there's going to be just more vehicles on the road parked on the street. And so it might just be more challenging to set up a stand there if you have a active, you have a residential multifamily development there. So there'll probably be just more usage of the road for parking, much more than there is now.
I mean, yeah, to your point there, it might be more difficult to set that up because if there's cars that are being parked from the residences or the businesses that are there. I know that he tends to like it cleared out so that people can pull in behind him too.
Yeah.
And you're right.
Yes,
when
I think we
that
have to
gets
think about that.
built,
Yeah.
That
Because
might,
moving forward, that could be an issue. So we have to kind of think about that in our decisions today. Okay,
but
thank
there are also opportunities for him possibly to partner with that complex to be able to vend.
Absolutely. Well, I would say under these state laws, opportunities to mobile vend as his type of operation have been expanded dramatically
Yeah.
under the changes that the state has allowed.
Yeah, my bigger concern, and I guess we'll get to it with the trucks, is if he parked his car there and never moved his car, and that was his business, and he stayed there, that would be a little bit different, because we do have some here that never move what they have.
Yeah, that's a vehicle code issue.
Yeah.
But one other thing I'll just point out, just in an example like this. So in that particular development example, the sidewalk is planned to go from 5 feet to 10 feet.
Correct.
Right? So even though there may not be parking curb adjacent, there'll be plenty of sidewalk to vend from if if that particular vendor wanted to continue to vend in that area. So that's how it might change, if there's not an open parking space, but there's a opportunity on the sidewalk now that wasn't there before.
Okay, we have a question from Councilmember Ford.
Are the state laws that expanded mobile vending, are they specific at all to food, or it's vending anything?
Anything.
Okay. And it has to be allowed on sidewalks and in parks, but not in streets and.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, or else we can move forward to Miko's?
Oh, actually, before you go into that, one other thing, I just will point out that all these vendors, when they sell products, food, whatever, they collect sales tax. And so part of working with them is making sure that their sales tax is set up appropriately. Because if you're mobile, so if you're a fixed business, you set up your point of sale system, and that's good because you don't ever move around. But if you're a food truck or some sort of mobile vending vendor, how it's supposed to be done is as you set up in different locations, you set the tax rate to wherever you happen to be vending. So it's an educational piece of it. And I don't know about the seller's permit or if that's part of it, but that's just an element that we'd have to, before we come back with a proposed ordinance, we'd have to look into to make sure that whether it's an educational piece or there's some mechanism just to make sure that they know that when they vend in Cotati or anywhere, that they should be resetting their vendor location to collect the proper sales tax amount.
And to have it allocated to the right city. I mean, it's not just collecting it, but keeping track of where it goes.
Yeah, right.
Okay, changing gears to Miko's, or Micro Enterprise Home Kitchen Operations. The council will recall that these were authorized by the state and that the county chose to opt into that program. And it kind of does limit the ability for the city to have regulations. And what a Miko is a restaurant based in a home is essentially what they are, to summarize them. But so in response to this change at the state and county level, staff's proposing to create a definition to put that into the land use code, to define that they're only allowed in residential uses, to kind of, fit them into the area that the state law has allowed, the carve out that the state law has created. Talk about to fit them correctly into our home occupation standards. So we're going to exempt them from home occupations, and you'll see what that means when we actually draft the language. But home occupations have their own set of regulations. It wouldn't apply to a Miko because they don't, and home occupation does not anticipate a restaurant operating from a home. And then clarify that we can still apply nuisance standards and public health and safety standards, because that is allowed to make sure we don't have health and safety impacts in the community from these restaurants. Again, we're going to require a business license and health department certification. And it's worth noting that this topic of conversation is kind of occurring at a countywide level. We've seen mobile vending really start to proliferate throughout the county. And so there's conversations going about how to enforce or how to regulate, how to enforce, what kind of issues are arising. There has been some instances of like unpermitted disposal of kind of cooking oil and those types of things. And we need to make sure that we educate folks, get in front of those issues, and have some appropriate opportunity to regulate those. So that's a summary on MECOs. Is there any questions? Council's probably pretty familiar with those operations.
Any questions from, no? Did you have, okay.
We don't know of any in Cotati yet.
We are not aware of any in Cotati yet. So going to the next slide, we're going to get into food trucks. So this is one that did not change there's no state law changes at food trucks, but Cotati, interestingly, has never had food trucks identified in our zoning code as a land use. And so, food trucks are basically defined as self-contained motorized trucks, trailers, wagons. There's all different varieties and types, as I'm sure we've seen. We kind of now look at them through the lens of outdoor dining, and they're allowed as an accessory to restaurants only. So it's through an interpretation that we even have talked about food trucks in Cotati, and it's been very narrow and the way that we've thought about and allowed them. They have not been allowed to operate from a roadway. And then obviously food trucks have grown in popularity. They provide, choices with food, economic opportunities for, smaller scale restaurant operations to get going. And they've really been shown to enliven commercial areas. I think the Matote Food Park in Santa Rosa is a great example, but those types of things have been shown throughout the state and the country. And there's even been some studies that show food trucks really do generate additional trips to your city or your community, and don't necessarily cannibalize from your existing small business restaurants. They typically tend to compete with fast food restaurants, actually, is what some of the studies show. And I think it's worth pointing out that Galvin's just opened up in City of Cotati at the former Jaded Toad restaurant, and they started off as a food truck and have been able to grow into a brick and mortar. So that's the exact kind of economic opportunities we want to see through some of these changes. And so going to the next slide, we're talking about creating some regulations and standards to try to see these uses grow. So we're proposing to allow food trucks on commercial properties, industrial properties, specific plan zoning districts, or we're asking a question, should we do that? The idea currently is to allow them by right if they, again, comply with this set of standards. So, allow them through a zoning clearance that they have to answer certain set questions about their operation. But then if they're directly abutting a residential use or in the downtown core, or if you wanted to have multiple trucks at one time on a property like the Matote Food Park, then that would require a minor use permit is what staff's considering currently. Obviously, we want to hear from the council on that. If a food truck wants to operate from another site that's developed with any type of business, we're proposing to allow that. So you can kind of add some diversity of businesses. Oftentimes gas stations like to have food trucks there, but you can imagine other business types may be interested in exploring that. We're wanting to hear if the council has any input on putting them on vacant properties. So maybe there's an empty lot that somebody could get a little bit of revenue from by renting it to a food truck. And then that food truck operator could also have the benefit of setting up in a permanent location, which does create some benefits of people knowing a certain type of food is there. For me personally, when I want usually a restaurant, I go for a certain thing because I like they really make something. So having a food truck being able to be in a certain location kind of provides that benefit as well. And obviously we follow the same pattern where city business license and health department certification would be required. Going to the next slide, we're going to get into some potential standards. So we're thinking a maximum of a 12 by 12 area, kind of wanting to hear about removing the truck every night, or do we want to allow them permanently in a location, maybe with a minor use permit on private property? So there's flexibility in how we would do that, and we're interested to hear from the council. Operating standards, obviously, like we talked about, moving them. maintaining certain parking minimums, obviously. So if you're going to use a parking lot adjacent to an existing business, we want to make sure that that parking is preserved because you're essentially expanding what's happening on that site. Hours. So we were thinking just the standard 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., which is our normal retail hours for any commercial use in the city. Obviously, we're same thing, regulating some of the signs. We've seen some food truck signs that can get pretty garish, and so we would want to put some limitations on that. And then obviously also have regulations on just cleanup and cleanliness and, making sure that they don't create trash or health issues with increased food and litter and whatnot. So given that, the Planning Commission, we'll go to the next slide, was generally in favor of food trucks on private commercial properties, very supportive of health code requirements. Oh, I'm sorry. There was input from one of our commissioners that they're aware that the health code requires them to return to a commissary location every night. So those food trucks should be leaving every night under their county health department permit. But that commissary can be at a restaurant. So if there was a commercial kitchen on site next door, the food truck could stay. They liked having a requirement for access to a restroom for hand washing and sanitization. We're wanting to consider, or if there's interest in considering allowing vending from the street. Some cities do this by zoning districts. So industrial districts are very common to allow food trucks to kind of drive through the industrial area, sell food directly to people. That way they don't have to leave on their lunch break, which sometimes can be shorter for an industrial type use. It can be just more efficient. All those employees don't have to leave every day to go out to eat. They get the food brought to them. So that is one way to allow vending from the right of way if the council's interested. And then the last point was that they thought it would be a good thing to allow food truck operations on private properties on an intermittent or temporary basis, meaning they had to move every day. Like if you're going to allow a truck to park there, direct them to leave. In the evening, go back to the commissary and then come and set back up. So not a permanent setup. We'll pause there. See if there's any input or questions.
Okay, Councilmember, Vice Mayor Harvey.
So what I'm not seeing here is you suggesting that we allow for them in, on our public streets.
We left that out of our presentation because we weren't sure Public Works and or the police department would be the ones enforcing that. So we were kind of staying out of the right of way generally, although we will get into that a little bit. But from the Planning Commission conversation, that kind of expanded into potential right of way regulation or use. And so that's how it came up in this presentation.
Well, because it's important, as you put on here that they get removed each night. And we have a situation where they aren't being removed. It's a permanent fixture in the public street, blocking the right of way. So I wasn't sure exactly where that got covered here.
It's not. So again, we haven't drafted any regulations and we were staying away from the right of way conversation.
Okay.
But if the council wants to direct staff to ensure that that can be enforced, we absolutely can do that.
Well, because some of these pictures that you're showing on here are exactly that. They're parked. Yeah. And so I think your intent from what I'm reading is generally that you want them on private property, which kind of helps keep it out of the way. And as we all know, we have parking issues always. And so it also frees up parking space for someone who may want to use it as a parking space.
Yeah, and I'll just add too with that. So the conversation really would be, would the council want to create some different regulations? Because right now, vehicles have a 72-hour California Vehicle Code restriction. And that, that can always be a little touch and go because people tend to move vehicles afoot and back and, kind of do that thing. And then there's also related regulations on trailers under the vehicle code. So not a drivable food truck, but a food trailer.
Right.
Right. And so so the default would be, it would just fall to the vehicle code in an overall scheme that we set up, or the council could choose to set some different rules, like you have to leave every night, or,
Yeah.
yeah.
I think it'd be beneficial while we're doing this to do rules for right of way and just eliminate the gray areas and do what we want it to do.
And it doesn't seem like the California Vehicle Code is very useful in this situation.
It does allow people to game the
Yeah.
system, so to speak, and I agree with the city manager. If we set regulations for food truck as a use,
Yeah.
we can define certain things that occurs, whether it's on private property or the vehicle code, and then the city can work out
Yeah.
how enforcement of that would occur.
Yeah, because I can remember that individual that we had over in the industrial park that played exactly that game, moving it and all of that for a very long time. So, yes, I think that if we're going to allow them to be in the right of way, that we need to set some rules around them having to leave. It's interesting because you said that health code requires that they return, but in fact, they're not. They're just leave.
Well, the one that I think is if they have a commissary, which is a commercial kitchen on this parcel or where they're operating from. And so if the one you're talking about is on the west side of town,
Mhm.
adjacent to the gas station,
Mhm.
they may be skirting that by using the commercial kitchen at the gas station, but I'm not sure. I haven't engaged with them
Oh,
because there's a restaurant operating from
Burger
that gas.
King.
I understand.
So-
I just don't know how it's set
yeah.
up. Yeah.
I don't think,
It could be that the health department's just, it's not there yet, but,
okay, okay,
because that is a health department requirement
it is, okay.
currently, because we don't have an ordinance.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Ford?
So it sounds like we're doing questions and comments and sort of feedback now, or?
We're on food trucks. I don't know if this is the last one that you have, or if you have another one.
There's-
He has another one. So we're asking questions on food trucks right now.
Just questions, not
Uh,
comments.
Questions?
I'm open if you have comments now,
Questions and
because
comments on
it's easy. It's
food
a
trucks.
free ranging
Okay.
presentation. There's a
Yeah.
lot of
Okay,
topics.
that's what I was asking. Yeah.
Free range.
In one of the other ones, we had sort of differential expectations for abutting a residential use, and I would encourage that for food truck hours as well. 11 p.m. abutting a residential use isn't appropriate. So it's not likely except around the bars serving the customers late at night. So, and since we have encouraged a lot of mixed use, there's folks who would be impacted by that. I'd be in favor of, I think, of the right-of-way sales only in the industrial area with a sort of lunch-focused hours. And otherwise, I like the proposals you're coming up with.
The only other thing I had around the food truck, and I've just had this question for a long time. I mean, you mentioned that they're more competing with fast food restaurants, but yet there's always that gray area of, some of our restaurants in town are like pizza restaurants or, burrito restaurants and things like that, which are common food truck foods. And if I had a permanent restaurant that I was paying taxes on and everything, and a food truck set up, on the corner selling the exact same food product, I'm surprised that's not an issue, in number of places. Being on private property probably limits that as opposed to having it on right of way. So maybe being in an industrial area would keep it from happening. But even on private property in a current business area where restaurants are well served, is there anything else to do? Or I guess, is it not an issue? Do we have input from our restaurant community on what their views are of food truck standards?
So one of the things that we propose would be a use permit to operate in the downtown core. And that would be from private property. And then there's a little bit more that we're going to get into with parklets, because there's some ideas to kind of expand parklets and how food trucks or vending could inform that or fit in with that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm also in favor of food trucks, but I think we're appropriate with the time frames they've indicated here for downtown. And at the same time, I agree with Councilmember Savage about not impacting existing restaurants with similar foods. So I don't know how we would monitor that, if there's a way that we, well, if we issue a use permit, would we kind of check the area first?
Yeah, so the benefit of the use permit is it's a public process where we do a notification. So everyone within 500 feet would get notified. And we do tenants and owners now. So even if it was a restaurant renting the space from the owner, they would get a notification, be able to come participate in that public process.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll move forward with temporary parklets. That's the next item you have.
Yeah, we'll go to the next slide. Yeah, so temporary parklets. So parklets are essentially defined as outdoor dining on public or private parking spaces, and they're typically operated adjacent to a restaurant. So, you know, these got really popular during the pandemic. Everyone here is familiar with the parklets that we had and how the city really worked to try to support the local businesses and restaurants. They require city approval, but there's no fee for the parklet permit. So we created a process so we could make sure they're safe and they're operating in a safe way, but we didn't want to kind of penalize them for the fee to allow them to expand their into the outside space. Under city policy, we would allow them as permanent or temporary. And so the only permanent ones we have operating now, only one was constructed, and that was that Flagship, which has since closed. We're not sure if the next tenant is going to want to utilize that space or not. So the landlord left it, and the former tenant left it. But that's the only permanent parklet we have constructed. The Twins kind of have one, but I think they took over like a landscape area, so it wasn't necessarily a parking space itself.
What about in the front of like Spanky's and the,
Yeah, so we, I'll get into that. So
Okay.
we separate out outdoor dining from parklets. And so the idea was I'll go through the presentation, then we can
Okay,
talk about
okay.
it. So options for expanding this temporary parklet program that we had, because we had this idea that, you know, maybe the bars would want to be able to set up in one of their parking spaces, kind of expand out essentially expand their outdoor seating, maybe serve some food, just kind of expand the use of the business into some of these outdoor areas. But some options for how we could further expand that would be to allow food trucks to operate from a parking space adjacent to one of the bars. Maybe allow food carts, since you can mobile vend on the sidewalk. What if the bar could sponsor them, invite certain ones to come, set up a space? Should we allow any type of business to host? Should we put a maximum number of days of year on this? So maybe 40 days a year. That's just a number that we had because we started thinking about, it's 52 weeks and then maximum of 3 consecutive days. So that way, if somebody wanted to set these up, it could be a weekend thing, but not all the time. So those are kind of some of the ideas we had on how we could expand the temporary parklet use. And we'll continue to the next slide. And then, so the Planning Commission was in favor of temporary parklets being able to include this mobile food preparation. Just given the changes in state law, it's not really that different to allow like the hot dog guy to set up as a sponsored in Spanky's parking space than it would be for them to set up right in front of the bar. So they thought that idea would be an interesting way to expand the use of temporary parklets. But then they also thought it was a good idea to limit the number of temporary parklets in any one area. So not every bar did it all on the same weekend. And then some of the time limitations they thought were appropriate that staff had put out there, just so it's also, they set up, but then they break down. So then that flexibility of that parking space going back to parking during the day, or maybe after the weekend, maybe it's like Super Bowl weekend or something when there might be a lot of people around, or an event weekend could be, you could take it up, but then it would go away. And it's worth noting, parklets are limited to a maximum of 2 parking spaces. So there is kind of some setup rules around those parklets already. And then I think it's best to just roll right into outdoor dining because they're kind of a similar conversation. So currently, outdoor dining is allowed by right for restaurants, except a minor use permit is required for dining if it's on private property but abutting residential. And it includes in the CD and some of these other mixed use zones. So one of the issues that we have is Is it a budding residential? I mean, it naturally is a budding residential if you have a restaurant with residential uses right above it. Should that trigger a use permit? It's some of the input we're hoping to hear from the council is, it seems like it would be more when the uses are distinct. So maybe an existing single-family home next to a mixed-use parcel that happens to have a restaurant that wants to do outdoor dining. Whereas if you rent an apartment or buy a condominium above a restaurant, and then they decide to put some tables and chairs out, that's not really the same impact. So we thought it may be worth making that distinction. And then currently on the public sidewalk, we use a license agreement. So we don't use a minor use permit. But we do have this tool to kind of regulate how that space is used. We set rules about making sure it doesn't block the ADA. They have insurance in case somebody hurts themselves. And so the point of that we're making with that is there is a mechanism to regulate the use of the right-of-way, sidewalk, and parking spaces that we already have through that license agreement. So just something worth pointing out. But we want to confirm that the council's, if the council's interested in kind of taking another look at that use permit requirement when it butts residential in these mixed-use zoning districts, because it seems a little bit maybe not quite what the intention was. So it's just something worth to consider. And then we'll summarize the planning commission input on the next slide was keep the requirement for minor use permit, but apply it only to residential use on a residentially zoned property. So when it abuts not a mixed use, kind of more intensive parcel that everybody kind of understands to be more intense, but when it's residentially zoned use next door and abutting. As it talks about where the outdoor dining location itself abuts the residential. So there was an example where, there maybe is a large parcel, the outdoor dining is proposed on one side of it, and then there's a building, and then the residential use is way over here and not impacted at all. So it was the actual dining itself abutting the residential parcel, not the properties abutting, if that's clear. And then co-housing was the example utilized where it's the residential use is on a different property, because if you have zoning that sets up this mixed use situation, Sal's Pizzeria is a perfect example. They have outdoor dining, there's residential abutting, depending on how you interpret it. So we thought it may be worth a little bit, more thoughtful approach in the current code language. So that's what this was identified to talk about. Stop
On
there.
the temporary parklets, there's no multiple use permit talked about for temporary parklets.
That's correct. We don't want to use a use permit. The idea was to make it set the prescribed standards and use the license agreement.
But we do have multiple use permits on the outdoor dining.
Minor use.
Minor use permit for certain aspects of.
If it's abutting the
Correct.
restaurants.
Correct. Yeah.
But if a parklet, I would think it'd be consistent for both of those, the use of minor use permits.
The distinction is the parklets are public property already.
Yeah.
And so a use permit only applies to private property. So the use of the right of way for outdoor dining and these parklets is regulated through the license agreement. Whereas if you wanted to put a food truck on your private parcel, that would be a use permit. And there's just a lot of law behind both of them.
An apartment and there's a parking spot outside my bedroom window and it becomes a parklet, I'd be kind of concerned about that.
So the distinction would be, would you be concerned about it if it was the parklet was in front of an existing restaurant or bar?
No, I'm thinking about a residence. If we're concerned about parklet or outdoor dining abutting restaurants, I think we would want to be concerned about parklets in front of residences.
So I think the distinction we're hoping to get is residences that happen to be part of a mixed-use development. So the idea is I'm renting an apartment above Spanky's. The parklet sets up there one weekend a month. Is that an impact beyond what I expected to already have from living above Spanky's?
I would think so, because we're saying outdoor dining is.
Outdoor, so that's where we're trying to go is outdoor dining is when the adjacent use is a residentially zoned parcel, not on a mixed use parcel. So that's kind of what we're trying to get some input from, but we'll take all the input and try to craft an ordinance.
I would think we would need a little more structure around the parklet impact on residences, be it, zoned or just an apartment above a restaurant or whatever. That's just my thought.
Councilmember Ford?
Yeah, I'm with Councilmember Savage. I think that, like a big concern that we've had with all the mixed use developments we've approved is conflicts between the commercial and residential uses. And it's a big difference to be over an indoor restaurant and have your bedroom window over an outdoor dining area. That's a big difference. And so I think whether for outdoor dining through either minor use permits or license agreements or parklets through license agreements, I think they should apply in mixed use settings as well. That's not what if you buy a condo over a restaurant that has a closed door and you test out the sound insulation when you buy the place and then the rules change. I think the city needs to be, because we're the ones who approve these mixed use, places and set up this conflict, that we need to be in the mix and not just say commercial gets to run the show.
Or what about if there's mixed use in that situation, like have like a time limit or something? Restricted time? Do you think that would help?
You mean opening hours or number?
Opening, closing outside, I don't know if you can limit the outside because if it's like a restaurant, it can go to 11 o'clock, it sounds like. So I don't know if there would be limits to that.
Right. I don't know if we could, I suppose that's another approach, is to sort of have standing requirements. If you're near residences, you need to close by 9, and everything outdoor done by 9, versus the cumbersome process of applying for a minor use permit or something. That's an option.
Yeah,
is to set up
that's what I'm
sort of
thinking.
regulations that would be generally acceptable abutting a
Residential.
use.
Mhm.
Interesting.
Yeah, one of the challenges is, how different is it to set up a parklet with the outdoor dining use than it is to set up a mobile vending on the sidewalk next to the parklet that's allowed by state law. So that's kind of some of the things that's affecting how we're looking at this, because if the zone isn't residential, we can't limit mobile vending any more than citywide, the limitations we can put on citywide. So it's kind of the whole landscape has shifted a bit with regulating kind of this outdoor eating idea. And so we're starting to take a different look on how we could basically allow our existing businesses to kind of extend into that right-of-way space and kind of get some of the same benefits as mobile vendors can, or provide some of the same amenities to the community that mobile vending is allowed to do by right. So that's some of the thought process that staff has had.
Okay, respond just. a
Sure,
little bit.
respond, yes.
Just a parklet with an amplified band is very different than a non-motorized food cart, and they're just not equivalent. So in terms of use restrictions, I do have problems with the 11 p.m. proposed operating sidewalk vendor hours as well, for the same reason. If you're going to serve all the bar patrons where they park, which is a block away, in residential areas, in mixed use areas, then 11 p.m. is going to be a problem, I think.
Okay, Vice Mayor Harvey?
What does abutted precisely mean?
Generally, our department interprets it as being adjacent to, so one use abuts up against the other. But it depends on if you look at the properties abutting or the uses abutting. Right now, the language talks about the properties, and it could be more appropriate to talk about the uses.
So what happens if there is a street in the middle? That's considered not abutting?
We often will still say that is abutting
Okay.
because
Well, yeah, because I know we've had problems before down at the Oliver Shopping Center, because there's those, I don't know whether they're townhouses or apartments right across the way, and none of them could open any of their windows in the summertime because there was so much noise coming from what was Jaded Toad. So that's why I'm asking, would that consider to be abutted?
I would consider that abutting.
Okay, all right. So I agree, Ben, that's a problem.
Okay. Okay, so that is outdoor dining, right? And then We have other potential code updates.
Yeah, so just a few more as the council's used to, as we do ordinance work, we try to clean up some of our code language and there's some regulations regarding chicken keeping, market gardens, and garden stands that we kind of wrote when we did our our urban agriculture ordinance. And that right now there must be accessory to a residential use. But the current code language allows it chickens in residential and commercial zoning districts and garden stands in residential zoning districts only. But residential uses can occur in commercial and specific plan districts. And so we're wondering if we should extend these allowances to those zoning districts, kind of to be consistent is the idea. And then the next slide. Similar with community gardens, the current code language only allows them in residential districts, but they're oftentimes most successful adjacent to multifamily. And multifamily can be part of mixed use or it can be pure multifamily. And so we're considering that to be a beneficial allowance to allow community gardens as more flexibility and also more consistency, just to allow all our residential uses to take advantage of that. And then lastly, home occupations currently say specifically the home occupation business use is limited to 25% of the ground floor. And, given that some people have upstairs offices, we just want to clean that up. And it's just a housekeeping item from the staff perspective.
Well, I'm all for expanding the community garden zoning because I think that, potentially that could be helpful to our community members. Yeah. So I don't know if anyone else has comments on, was that the only?
No, I agree. I think that they are more successful in multifamily. I mean, the co-housing has proven that it's, more of a.
Yeah.
I'd also support the expansion of the chicken keeping market garden
Mhm.
opportunities to other residential
I agree.
uses,
Mhm.
not just those in
Yeah.
residential zones.
And for our planned communities with HOAs, their guidelines would still, these wouldn't override their.
That's
guidelines.
correct.
Correct. Okay.
Oh, so you're suggesting that an HOA could prohibit?
Yeah, they can right now, I
Okay,
understand. So, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and so the next slide, the planning commission, they agreed with all the recommendations just as council had. So then we'll go to the next step. So next step, we're going to take all the direction we heard and we're happy to hear some more to close this out. We'll develop the draft ordinance and then we'll bring it back through public hearings with both the planning commission and city council. And then if it is, the ultimate language that gets adopted, we'll update the code and go into effect 30 days after the second reading by the council. And so the last slide is just questions as we typically end with, but I think we did it kind of on the fly. So happy to answer any more questions or receive any more direction.
Okay, so I think we all gave our input. So at this time, I think we want to open up for public comment. In a workshop, we open up public comment, right? Okay, so we'll go to public comment and we'll start with in the room first. We had, I think, Alderman had a card and we'll take anyone else that has communicated.
One thing you're not considering is you have no code enforcement budget left for the year. You've used it all on George. It's 38,000. You're something up to like 55,000. So who's going to enforce this? Robert Smith? Are you going to do a amendment to his contract that is required for extra services to cover this? And I know of 3 situations here, and you're not dealing with them. Well, one's the flower guy. We know him. And that you take away that, you're going to take away another thing that defines this town. You need to make sure that guy has had articles on him and everything. We've taken the Walgreens chickens. By the way, 30 roosters were dumped in Rhoda Park, and they think they're the Toddy Walgreens chickens coming back. Because one person complained. You guys took away the Walgreens roosters. that makes no sense with code enforcement. The other thing is why is the one next to Burger King not being investigated? You seem to know nothing about it. It's been there for 2 weeks. It's on the public right of way to the park and ride that's behind Burger King. It's trailer. It's got huge electric signs with things in Spanish. And it's open. I've seen it open late at night. Why are you not dealing with that and doing this ordinance for the future? And then today, when I was going over West School Hill, there's a lady with a push cart right at the stop sign at the bottom near the freeway entrance. There's no sidewalks, there's nothing there. And why aren't you dealing with those people? Because you don't have code enforcement. You don't pursue anything. But here you're going to spend all this money making these ordinances, and you can't even have the decency to enforce on people that are doing the sign thing. Lastly, I want you to encourage you not to go make this a big deal, because it's mostly Hispanic businesses that are doing this. And it is going to look really bad if you're doing code enforcement on these type of business when they're mostly Hispanic businesses. I saw the sheriff one Valentine's Day last year go down Stony Point and close all these Hispanic pop-ups that had done all this work because they weren't licensed and all that. And they were all Hispanic. And I think that's going to major consideration that you're going to hit some resistance if you keep targeting things like food trucks and things like that have to do with part of our culture around here. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else in the room? Okay, Mr. Barrich.
Feel free to call me Councilman Barrich, Mayor. If we want more input on this, I think it's probably fair to say that we need a wider public workshop on this. I know it's gone through the planning and so forth, but this is such a huge, huge issue. We probably need a public workshop on a Saturday. Now, we did that with Folletti Park. We had a public workshop in this room, and there was so much discussion and so much disagreement. We were promised another workshop to follow up, but the city hijacked it, took it upon themselves and said, we don't want any input. We're just going to do this on ourselves, and the rest is history across the street. But public input is very important here, and I don't understand why you think that you're going to draft legislation that you really can't enforce. Let's just be fair about the facts. Mr. House just talked about we need to enforce regulations equally citywide. Equally citywide. Well, that's not what's happening in my neighborhood. 99% of the code enforcement resources are going after me. They've weaponized the code enforcement team to keep me out of city council, off the campaign trail, for retribution and retaliation for the 2 lawsuits that I won against the city. It's all political payback. The office is, without a doubt, is proven to be a political weapon. There's a lack of money. Mr. House has testified as honestly as he could to say, yes, Mr. Barrich has been kind of a volunteer for the code enforcement team, going out and doing a lot of hard work out there, bringing violations to the office's attention, but we've taken all Mr. Barrich's complaints and put them in a stack, and they're not doing anything about it. Check the testimony for yourself. He says, we don't have time, we don't have money. And he just stopped this short of saying, We don't want to, Mr. Barrett is irrelevant. He's the problem, not the solution. That's your problem with code enforcement. And you're sugarcoating it here and going over the real problem. Right now, you have regulation in Cotati saying you can't sleep and you can't eat in a vehicle. But you can make a burrito? Come on. You got conflicts here. You got a real problem. You can't sleep. You can go in and out of work. I have a work truck. I can go in and out of work. I can make phone calls. I can work on the computer, but I can't take a nap and I can't eat a sandwich because of your regulations. You got big problems with regulations. Mr. House talks about we don't regulate food trucks right now. Well, you can't regulate RVs either, but they do on my property. If I had a food truck on my property, he's saying I can't regulate it. But if an RV, he can. Talks about sewage. Oh, we should have a place, have to have a place for people to, we can't regulate the sewage. Issue right now, if you call Recology, you can take sewage, wrap it up and put it in your garbage can. Did you folks know that? So can the food trucks. Check with Recology. I have done my homework. You can put raw sewage in a plastic bag and dump it in your garbage can, along with your animal waste, your doggy waste, kitty litter, everything else. Okay. So, you know, those people who have been making church food out of their houses, out of their RVs, going out to sports events, kids events, church events, that's all been legal. How are you going to make it illegal now? And a lot of these people and businesses are grandfathered in. For those people who have had food carts, who've had RVs on their property and so forth, they're grandfathered in. Am I out of time?
Yes,
here?
you are. Thank
Oh,
you.
sorry, it's off to this side. I'm sorry.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, come forward. Thank you.
I had to laugh when Mr. House said he was going to enforce this equally across the city. Mr. Barrett covered it all. Ms. Alderman covered a lot of the other stuff I was going to say. But you know, you're giving us a certain amount of time to speak. This is supposed to be a workshop. Workshops usually don't have time limits on speaking. That being said, I want to look at the bigger issue here. Why did the state say that they wanted to permit sidewalk vending? What's the point? We want to encourage economic vitality. We want to encourage the ability for people to go out and put out products that aren't out there. In my city, yes, we have a lot of Hispanic vendors. We have the ones that make the fresh fruit things. We have tamales. We had a problem with one of the tamale guys because he was in a CVS parking lot, had permission from the CVS parking lot, and we put in a sidewalk vending ordinance. Well, the police chief decided to go after this guy and he wasn't on the sidewalk. And I said, well, there's a problem there. Why are you enforcing a civil complaint by a restaurant that was behind him, a Mexican restaurant, on this guy that was perfectly legal because he had the permission of CVS to be on the lot? There are a lot of these types of problems that you're going to encounter. Now, that same tamale guy is over behind Grocery Outlet, and the guy that owns Grocery Outlet has no problem with him being there. But the thing that I'm looking at is you're saying we can't do this in residential areas. Do you, any of you remember growing up when they had ice cream vendors coming down the street, ringing their bells or playing music, and the kids would come out and get ice cream? I do. Of course, I might be a lot older than some of you, so I have memories that go back quite a ways. But I mean, are we going to prevent that kind of thing? Do we really want to prevent people from establishing businesses or saying, you know what? We don't want to be bureaucratic, but we're being bureaucratic here because we're adding fees, we're adding penalties, we're adding all this stuff. These guys have a hard time making a living enough to live. You know, the guy that's out there is peddling a street cart, selling ice cream. I've seen a few of those in my town too, in residential neighborhoods. I've got no problem with that. They're trying to make a buck to survive. I mean, that's what we have to consider here when you're developing this type of an ordinance. You don't want to restrict these people. You don't want to penalize them financially. And when my city was considering this thing, we had one guy that would come in and get a business license and a health permit from the county. But he would have 10 vendors out there selling stuff. And our city wanted to require each one of those people to get a business license. That's baloney. And I mean, we shouldn't be doing that. The city should not be trying to make money off of these people when they're in a hardship position to begin with. And as Mr. House said, some of these things are a stepping stone to a brick and mortar building where they can actually take their restaurant business and put it in there. And I think we should be encouraging that rather than finding ways to dissuade it. And that's the point that I want to make, along with the laughing that I did about the equal enforcement across the city. And the flower vendor guy, he's been there for years. You said 10 years. Why would you want to impact him to where he can't be there? Oh, and the other thing I thought about, the roach coaches, you just approved this big residential development over here. Most places, those roach coaches go in there so the workers can eat, and they park on the street. They're not going to park in the dirt in something that's unstable. You want to allow them to be on the street. So there are things you need to think about before you pass this. Come up.
Anyone else? I think that's all in a room. Okay, what about online? Is there anyone online?
Thank you, Mayor Lemus. Once again, Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon to make a comment on this item. We do have a hand. Jessica N., you have the floor.
Hi, good evening, Council. I just wanted to say a few words. I think I heard in the room there that the vending from a vehicle is the same whether it's food or actual items. I think the difference becomes when there's like a kitchen inside of it. So my concern would be is if we put on all these regulations, the flower guy who has been here forever, who we all want to keep, he would also be held accountable for the same rules and regulations as everyone else. I guess my confusion is he's actually in the roadway, but he does conduct the business on the sidewalk. So I would think that he would then be considered one of the people affected by the right of way, the stopping regulations. It sounds like we're not really sure. I'm not sure. But I just wanted to keep in mind, like, we all really like him. There's also other plant businesses that do the same. There's this couple that I've seen a couple times over by the Montessori, and then also by the hotel, the Gatati Hotel. I've seen them a couple times over there. It's definitely seasonal. But I do think that we can't necessarily grandfather specific people in and not others. I don't believe that's fair to any of the other people that are wanting to start businesses or are coming new to the county or the city and want to start businesses. I also had concern about the 11 p.m. thing, but then I started thinking about where those would be located, and their target audience would be those people at the bars, most likely the late nights. My concern would have been the noise the generators would make in residential. So I think you all are on the right track with that type of thing. But I do also, voice some other concerns here that there is a lot to this. And there's definitely a lot of meat and potatoes that I have to go back and rewatch these videos because I don't think I caught everything myself. But I do strongly urge more conversation for these because it is going to affect a lot of people. Thank you so much.
Mayor Lemus, there are no further hands on.
Okay, thank you. So we'll bring that back to council for any final comments. I know that we gave a lot of input. I don't know if there's any final comments to Noah and the staff. Do you have any questions of us? Anything?
No, no questions at all. Just to clarify, the goal of this is to set up a streamlined process for these types of operators to operate with minimal bureaucracy.
Okay. Okay, so we don't need to take a vote. It's just informational. So I think we're done with this item. And we're going to go on to the next item, which is 7E, which is a review of the City of Gatati's draft cybersecurity and data protection policies.
So good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm sure the most exciting thing you guys want to be here for tonight is to talk about IT infrastructure and AI policies. So I'm going to try and keep it as brief as possible. I do have 15 slides, but I'm going to keep it. Again, the policy is only 2 3 pages long max. So it's really not meant to be too specific, but it's to give overlying guidelines and principles as to how we are going to apply tools into the future. Next slide. So why does IT and cybersecurity and data protection matter? And why should we have a policy? So it's really intended to set a standard to protect our city systems and from outside cybersecurity threats. Documents our set standards for city data, including data from residents and our employees. We are subject to laws and requirements as well, but it's not as tangible as a policy that an employee can read and gather and understand. This policy also sets new standards for how we are to implement new technologies to work towards the goal of providing the best service to our community. And lastly, it documents how technology should be used to make sure we continue to maintain compliance of our public records. Next slide. So how does this policy apply? First, the policy applies to our cybersecurity for employees and extends to confirming cybersecurity for contractors as well as vendors to confirm that they are retaining data for the city, data that they are retaining for the city that is maintained in systems that are compliant with our standards. We currently meet this with the majority of our operating systems throughout the city. With our financial audit, all of our procedures we do before our financial audit are to obtain SOC reports, which are compliance reports. So we get those for all of our major operating systems that we use, for our ERP systems, for our payroll systems. We compile them, review them independently. We do it inside, and then our independent auditors also go through this process. So this is also just to make sure we're documenting that and getting credit for it and updating it as things change with required reporting. These SOC reports also cover confidential data and compliance with transmission of data. We additionally take steps to work out with our merchant or our credit card services, their processing services, to maintain proper PCI compliance. Because you don't think about that set of data, yes, we're going to, make sure we're not obtaining social security numbers that we don't need. Why should we have those? But also we take payments every single day. We take lots of payments. We need to make sure that all of that data is secure all the way through the system to make sure we're compliant with that and we don't have any catch-ups in affecting our community. Lastly, what this policy does is set up a plan for adopting emerging technologies. So our current policies, what we have currently is not as up to date as technology has changed. We're not necessarily as concerned about floppy disks anymore because none of our computers really accept floppy disks anymore. But AI is definitely what is here and is going to be around for a while, but not be the future, what technology is in a couple years. We might be talking about, robotics or other technologies that might change. So we wanted something that could be adaptive and updated instead of buried in other policies. We wanted something that stood out. Next slide. So rules and responsibilities. This policy is intended to set up a cybersecurity that is a shared responsibility across leadership and staff. I'm going to continue to just call all of leadership and staff. We're all staff. We all work for the community. So overall implementation of the procedures for compliance will be directed by the city manager and the admin services director. We will also work directly with our IT services provider on any initiatives or making sure things are evaluated, but we will be the city representatives for our procedures. With the procedures, department heads or managers are entrusted with supervision of their staff to facilitate the proper use of new technology or reporting any cybersecurity risks they or their staff have identified. We have implemented several tools across the city to help provide training for all employees, and we'll get onto that later on in the presentation. But one of the key parts of all of these trainings is that we are all a part of cybersecurity. It's not an IT thing, it's not a finance thing, it's everyone thing because we all touch technology every single day. Next slide. Um, as this policy is intended to be a sole policy around cybersecurity, the policy directly addresses some basic fundamental uses for the city's technology. It provides all staff and contractors guidelines while sharing that these tools are to be used for official city business. We do allow incidental personal use. Where it's a part of being hard workers or here doing things, but it should be used on a constrained basis where it's very low risk. We're also supposed to use our individual assigned credentials to sign into any system and never share passwords. Don't put your password under your keyboard. Don't put it on a Post-it note on your monitor. These are some simple tools, but they should definitely not be shared. Our passwords are already set up to be automatically set for a reset on a regular basis, and they have difficulty of requirements. So you have to have that annoying exclamation point, @ symbol, capitalized, lower, all those kind of fun things. And they can't be a previous password and those types of things. This also includes that all staff should not connect personal devices to any of our systems. This is a key way that cybersecurity, other than email, is introduced to our infrastructure. Next slide. So how are we securing our systems and data as addressed through the policy? First, we should take every effort to encrypt our data as it's at rest as well as in transit. So data is at rest, that includes items that are located on our servers. And then those in transit are things like we're sending through email or we're importing into our cloud services, right? Next, we have to make sure our data is classified correctly. So in order for us to retain it correctly, we have to make sure it's classified correctly. So this is going to identify whether something is public, internal, confidential, or protected. And so our procedures will give guidelines on how to identify each of these different types of data. Another key protection is to use the system of, the least privileged principle. So that means that a staff or leaders or consultants are only granted the minimum security that they need within a system in order to perform their duties effectively. We're not giving everyone admin credentials. We are not adding additional items to anyone's thing that they don't necessarily need. And that's a wash. Sometimes people change positions. We're a small city, but we just have to be adaptable and make sure that then those rights are removed if they're no longer needed as well. So that would be the only part of this policy that it's not so much setting them up, it's then continuing to monitor them. Lastly, things happened that you might not plan for, but we want to make sure we are planning for those by having a regular backup that is actually tested on an ongoing basis. So we want to make sure any of our systems, not just here that are servers, but that we require it for our vendors and outside contractors, that they are backing up the systems and testing those backups as well. Next slide. So the really exciting part, right? We only want to talk about AI at 9:30 at night, but it is exciting because it is going to allow us to kind of support more services. But how are we going to responsibly incorporate AI into other emerging technologies in the future and operations? This policy kind of helps to say that we do support it. We do want to support it, but we want to make sure we're evaluating it appropriately. So I was reading some interesting reports over the last few months or whatever, but there's a report from State of Shadow AI that shared that across the US, 8 out of 10 employees are admitting to using unauthorized AI tools. So there were a lot of policies that came out when AI first came out, and they just said everything's restricted. You have to get specific, approval if you're going to use any of the tools, and they never updated the policy to say what tools they're using, and so they're using these unauthorized tools. And worse than that, 68% of chief information security officers that were interviewed are using tools that their own policies say they shouldn't be using. So we want to make sure our policy is not set up to fail from day one. We want to make sure it's iterative, that we're adding new tools that are reasonable and efficient and are helping make things better while not introducing malware or other issues. However, they shouldn't replace human decisions and should be reviewed for accuracy and bias. That's another key concern. So it is the staff's responsibility to take these tools, that's as they are, but layer on their experiences and knowledge of our city and our community to make sure it's the appropriate report or information that's coming out of these tools. These tools that are approved to use will be provided within our operating procedures as an appendix. To add new tools, we would take requests for new systems, or the tools would get approved in collaboration again with our IT service providers. So we would evaluate them, add them to our list of tools, and make sure that's rolled out to everyone. AI, again, also where it is substantially used in the creation of any product, we want to make sure that it is properly cited. But we also want to provide guidance on what a citation is and how it should be on there. So there's some simple guidelines on how to provide a citation of what tool you use to help create something if it's substantially used in the process of creating a document. Next slide. So within the policy, starting section 6, the section directly addresses how we will work to ensure AI and digital tools comply with California Public Records Act's requirements and our retention policy. So we just want to make sure we continue to be compliant with that. Next slide. Within the policy, section 6, it directly addresses how we'll work to ensure AI and digital tools comply with, again, the Public Records Act. That we want to be cognizant of the outputs are public records. And that's, again, that citing, if we have a document that comes out of it, making sure it has a proper citation on it so we can reference back to anything. Next slide. Section 7 explains how to report and respond to IT or data security incidents. This policy empowers each staff member as an active participant of cybersecurity, as I said previously. We should all be diligent and report any incident. We should also report any lost or stolen devices because they also have connectivity to things like our email or other things that have confidential data. And we also have, we're working on and we'll continue to work on response plans. And again, just like the backups, a plan is great, but you have to actually test the plans and then update those plans regularly. So that's something that's also incorporated within the policy. Next slide. So section 8 of the policy guidelines, and what my opinion is the most important part of the policy is that training is required for all staff. So again, since we are all actors in our cybersecurity network, we need to know what that means. Like how do we make sure we are safe? How do we identify things? That's only garnered through continuous training. I know that with our Know Before training that we have for our email security, the phishing program, we have continued to improve on being able to identify those phishing emails, which only makes us even more resilient. It does add additional, so that training would be annually for all staff across the board. And then for finance staff, which are the firewall for phishing wire fraud schemes, anything that's going to actually significantly affect us monetarily, we want to make sure that they're getting training at least biannually on those types of schemes. This training requirement is anticipated to be met with that same training software that we have called Know Before. So we already have it as a cost that's included with our, we work with our insurance and our IT KLH. And so the only additional costs for the training at this time that we feel like would be just the staff time. Next slide. So the policy remains a living document like all of our policies with periodic review and improvement. I really envision incorporating it within the financial policies document, which is reviewed with the budget process. Historically, that's been annually. However, we did update this to say at least biannually because we're not sure if we're going to continue to come back with the financial policies every year if we do a biannual budget. Next slide. So the policy has a lot of carrots to help support staff and management and our cybersecurity teams with our IT. However, these are new rules that apply across all staff. So we want to make sure that there's also a piece of enforcement for that worst case scenario to say, you know, if you're not trying to do these actions, you're specifically going against them, then there could be consequences. Again, we just need to instill that cybersecurity is a job for all and it should be taken seriously. This is also one of those items we are, well, I'll go into it on a future slide, but we're making sure it's going all out to the different unions. So they're evaluating this policy before we bring it back. Next slide. I know you guys like to know who else has had cybersecurity's policies in the county. And so I do know that Sonoma County does have two different policies. There's an IT use and security policy, as well as the governance policy. However, really not aware of any of them other in the county that are specific for IT and cybersecurity. However, there are lots of examples out there. We've been kind of digging into finding what, working with our IT team and other consultants, as well as GFOA, on what best practices are. And that's the Government Finance Officers Association, who they're actually working on their IT and cybersecurity policy currently. So it's great to hear what they are seeing as the best practices they're seeing across the nation. We actually are taking a lot of samples from the city of Tempe, who has won some awards for their implementation of best practices and policies around IT security and AI use. And just like any policy, this is going to continue to be reviewed regularly and updated to make sure it's still relevant, that we're not, you know, maybe referencing AI when that's something that it's going to sound like a floppy disk to us in the future. Next slide. So our next steps, we're just here to get feedback from council on any issues, concerns, things you would like reprised, changes, concerns you have around our cybersecurity. If you think we need less training for some reason, we just want to hear back from you. Then we will bring it back for management and staff for comments, questions, concerns, polishing around what they feel is going to be best to implement across the different departments, because we all touch IT infrastructure in different ways. The police department has a completely different cybersecurity arena than we do in finance. So we want to make sure that everyone, we're not missing something. And then we'll bring it back to council for final approval. And then we'll launch it with the training and then continue on with monitoring and compliance. And then I'm left with questions and discussion.
Okay.
So you only found some county parallel codes, that none of the cities have adopted similar things yet?
Not that I'm aware of. No, they have just broad personnel rules around social media. Like we do in our personnel rules, we have a lot of social media, but not specifically.
And Cal Cities doesn't have a model policy or anything that we were able to find, or? It just seems like the kind of thing that cities across.
Okay, I was like, I did look at, I just looked in the county. I didn't,
Yeah.
yeah. And other cities I've looked, yeah.
There's a Gov coalition, like out of San
sorry.
Jose, yeah.
That was in the staff report,
But-
yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
But and they produced some model documents that I think informed this one.
Informed
so.
this as well, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Any what, Vice Mayor?
I would really suggest that you reach out to Cal Cities, because they're representing kind of all the cities in the state, so they might have already crack this nut a little bit because AI keeps coming up at Cal Cities. So, and cybersecurity was one of the things that is on their goals for this year.
I have a question. Are we currently using AI at all? Like, is there any kind of public interface with AI?
There's
any-
no formal policy about using AI.
Okay.
But informally, I'm sure it's being used. Yeah.
Informally.
Just like my report says, I'm sure
Oh.
informally.
No, I was thinking like, you know how some places, some cities even have like chat bots almost in a way where people can ask a question. So we don't have anything like that we're
There's
using?
no outward facing city used AI. Well, that's not true. Well, no, that's GIS. There's no, yeah. I was just thinking there's some autofill things and some, like even in my budget book, I was just saying like, when you create a new page and it has financial data in there, it has automatically within its system a sample template language that says your revenues look like they changed 6% on this dollar amount, like give you sample language that you might want to consider using in a box. And then since we've rolled it in there a few times, like it reviews it for you. But so there are those tools that are existing in a lot of our systems.
Kind of like a Microsoft Copilot or something like
Yes,
that?
all of us have Copilot on
Okay.
because we have Outlook.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I think, yeah, just as long as someone reviews it, because, somebody's work pulls information, someone reviews it to make sure that the information output, results are correct or something like that.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's the goal of the policy is like, we don't want to be punitive. We want you to use these tools because they're here, they're sticking here, whether you want them or not. If you're someone who hates AI and don't want to, you can't even do a Google search without having AI being the first, thing that you see. So it's really about being prudent and checking the data, reviewing it, and making sure it's true to the facts and represents what it should.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions before we go to public comment? No? Okay, we'll take public comment. We'll take Zoom first.
Thank you, Mayor Lemus. Once again, Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon to make a comment on this item. Seeing no hands on Zoom.
Thank you. So we'll go into the room. Anyone here that want to make a public comment on this item? No? Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. Now, is this just a presentation information or do you need additional information from us?
Just feedback from you, and I'll definitely make sure we're reaching out to Cal Cities and getting their feedback as well as seeing their sample template language and seeing if there's what we can enhance in here. And we'll make sure we do that before we then again distribute out to, the different management groups. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that would be important. Anyone else have any other? I think that was the main feedback. Yeah. Okay.
I was just going to say, I do like what I see, but I'm no expert in the field, and so I can't tell if we missed something important. So that's why it's really important to me that you look at other examples. And I do really like the approach to artificial intelligence that's in sections 5 and 6. And I think the expectation that we clearly label any AI generated content is a much better approach than prohibiting AI generated content. As your data suggests, prohibiting it is not going to work.
Yeah.
So this is a better policy. So I like what I see. One other thing I want to say.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
So I have to take a heck of a lot of online training through both the city and my other job and some other things I do. Some of them are really useless. Some of them are a big waste of time, and some are pretty effective. And I can imagine that AI training for a public works field worker should look pretty different than for somebody in the police department or somebody in financial services, like you said. So I think it's going to take some work to find the appropriate training for those different levels of jobs. I've been forced to take heat stroke training when I work in a climate controlled building. I've been forced to take, controlled substances training, like, management of dangerous chemicals training when I'm a math professor. I mean, it's just,
MSDS.
yeah, right. So I think just everybody needs training. More hours of training does not mean better.
Better quality. Yeah.
Thank you.
No, thank you. No, I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to the land acknowledgement and pledge of allegiance. So if anyone wants to join us,
Madam, may I speak on this matter?
we'll let you speak after.
Sure.
Is this on? Oh. Okay, the city of Cotati recognizes that we're on the ancestral lands of the coastal Miwok, who are the original caretakers of this area. We respectfully acknowledge the indigenous peoples who have been stewarding and maintaining a relationship on this land as knowledge keepers for millennia. This acknowledgement does not take the place of authentic relationships with indigenous communities, but serves as a gesture of respect to the land that we are on. And now join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, I'll allow public comment on it, so we'll start in the room. Go ahead and come forward.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to reiterate the fact that the land acknowledgement is most offensive, most ridiculous, and it's very racist. You're paying homage and respect to the land, but we're not paying homage or respect to anything other than the land, as far as like the technology that got us here, the foods that got us here, the skills that got us here, the music that the town enjoys. But we're paying homage to people who lived on this land. It's very one-sided. It's very discriminatory in that sense. But also, let's remember that the indigenous people that were here are responsible, according to paleontologists and the studies I've done, the indigenous people are responsible for wiping out the woolly mammoth, mastodons, saber-toothed tigers that roam these areas for millennia, wiped them out. You know, what makes them so great, these indigenous people who wiped out those species? I mean, it's just so ridiculous. When it really gets down to it, they made certain species extinct. But you would pay homage to it. It just shows how ridiculous it is. The second item is that the Pledge of Allegiance itself for this nation is so precious. It's so important to our culture. To have the two items on the same agenda item is just ridiculous. It's offensive. You need to separate them out. The Pledge of Allegiance needs to stand on its own as its own action item. The land acknowledgement needs to be placed on the back so reasonable people who understand the ridiculousness of it can leave the room and leave you in the insanity of that land acknowledgement on your own, if that's what you need to do to make yourself feel good and guilt, whatever's driving this desire. Pledge allegiance needs to stand on its own. It needs to be at the beginning of the meeting, out of respect for the taxpayers, the people who died and fought for this country, as is done at the beginning of meetings all across this nation, with the exception probably Berkeley and New York. Okay? The fact that you place it on the end of the meeting, not you personally, Mayor, but you've been a party of it, it's just offensive. And I would ask you to re-agendize this matter, break up these two items, let them serve their own purpose at different parts of the meetings. To put them together was just asinine from the beginning. It's never too late to correct a mistake. Put it at the beginning. You're embarrassing the town by putting the Pledge of Allegiance at the end. Surely it's raised a whole lot of eyebrows in the town when I've brought it up, the fact that we don't have a Pledge of Allegiance at the beginning of the meeting anymore. You know, even Rohnert Park has it at the beginning of the meeting. Since we love to follow Rohnert Park, maybe we can do that. So please take this under consideration that we have some work to do on this item and to break these up and put the pledge back at the beginning of the meetings where it deserves to be.
Any other commenters on this topic? Anyone online, Kevin?
Thank you, Mayor Lemus. Once again, Zoom attendees, please use the raise hand icon to make a comment on this item. There are no hands on Zoom. Mayor Lemus, that will end public comment.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to move forward to number 9, City Manager's Report and the Council Members' Report. We'll start with City Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So Sunflower Park landscaping is almost complete. The bollard lights are in as well, and the new playground, as well as the playground and rubber matting if you've been out there. They just finished some fencing work around the playground. And the only thing left really at this point are the pole lights, the benches, so some of the site furniture, and the seat walls. So there's like stone seat walls next to the playground and also in the back of the park. So we expect it to be complete. The latest schedules have it by mid-February. So that should be almost done. And then Putnam, it's getting close. So I'll just leave it at that. And then EcoWise workshop, just a reminder about the EcoWise workshops that we're holding throughout the year. We have the flyer available if anyone's interested in those. And then also a reminder, the Climate Ready Cotati Fair is March 28th in 2020, as you saw on the agenda today. Next weekend is the February Free Compost Weekend and Volunteer Day at the Veranda Fletty Ranch. So it runs from 10 a.m. to noon each day. You can grab compost to take home. Thanks to our partnership with Zero Waste Sonoma. And they're also looking for volunteers to help mulching, weeding, feeding animals, and more. Saturday, February 7th at the Veranda Fletty Ranch is our Sparks and Seeds Festival from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And it's a family-friendly event that includes fire safety demonstrations from Rancho Adobe firefighters, community art, seed planting, light refreshments, seeds to take home, and so forth. And then finally, we are close to selling out our Valentine grams with 9 left at the time of this printing. If you'd like to send your loved one a Valentine, that includes like cookie, flower, candy, balloons, stickers, personalized cards, that was your chance. There's 9 left. Well, maybe less now. And then finally, coming up in March will be our Camp Cotati Spring Break and Community Yard Sale and Bunny Brunch. So I'll leave it there, but I'm happy to answer any questions if the council has any.
Okay, any questions of City Manager? No? Okay, so we'll start with City Council reports. I'm not sure if we can just choose who wants to go. Who wants to go first?
I'll start down here.
Okay.
I attended the 2x2x2 meeting with the school board superintendent. 2 items there. They're going through their budget cuts. Revenue and funds have come in less than what they projected for the year. And also, they've reassigned the Roanoke Park officer, who was the student resource officer, back to the field. But the other officers in the community will be making regular stops through the schools, and there'll still be a presence of an officer there until they're able to get the dedicated person back out of the field. Also, the volunteers with the Cotati Friends of Laguna had a cleanup stewardship day on the 24th. And just thank you, Craig and the Public Works team and Ashley for their help and support, and Damien, and appreciate that.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Let's see, on January 15th, I attended the Santa Rosa Plain Groundwater Sustainability Agency meeting. And the biggest thing that we had, in addition to the updates on the plan, was we had a presentation by some folks from Sonoma Water on the Russian River Watershed Resilience Program. And that was a pretty interesting presentation. We were selected as one of 5 pilots from DWR. There was Russian River, American River, Calaveras, Pajaro River, and Ventura. And so they've been working on this plan apparently for 2 years. Nobody, I guess, knew about it. In fact, interestingly enough, the 2 supervisors at the meeting were surprised to hear of this because they had not heard of it at all. They want it to be a living plan, but when I asked, I said, well, how are you gonna, how are you gonna pay for this? Because it sounds like to keep it up, it's $300,000 to $500,000 to keep the plan up to date. They did not know how they were going to fund that. So that will be interesting to see, what transpires with that. So that was interesting. On January 15th, I also attended the Zero Waste Sonoma meeting, and we rotated seats again for chair and vice chair, looked at the year-end financials, and looked at the work plan for the next year. Of concern there, more to come on that, is the fact that the Redwood landfill has pulled back on how much of our compost they'll take, which is a significant issue for us. So they are looking to see what it is that we can do about that, but it will be a significant cost to be able to cover that. And when we asked, what are we looking at? They said that it's probably about $3 per can, if you will, to do that, because the capacity in the state of California at this point is so low. They're having a hard time with implementing 1383, which puts more organics in there, but they're not permitting any new composting facilities. So there's this problem with an overabundance of product and no place to really send it. So more to come on that, but that was a little bit disturbing. And also the Zero Waste Sonoma guides are online and out in English and Spanish. They are out for 2026. Then I attended the Marin Mosquito and Vector Control District, and most of that meeting surrounded around election of new officers and the bank accounts associated with that. And they had a couple of honoring a couple folks that are retiring. One individual that had worked there for 20 years of dedicated service and retired, and a second one for 10 years of service. So then lastly, I went to League of California Cities Academy. I have a whole bunch of information on that, but it would take me a long time, and attended the Public Safety Policy Committee and the Rev and Tax Policy Committee, and we got some good information from Michael Coleman on finances. And he's trying to keep up with all the changes too, but it was good to see him and have him go through his stuff. But I do have lots of notes if anyone's interested in learning more about that.
Thank you. Councilmember Ford?
I have had no meeting since our last meeting, so nothing to report.
Okay. So I also went to Sacramento last week for the Cal Cities Academy and Policy Committees. I attended the Revenue Taxation and the Environmental Quality Committee. Also, we met with Assemblymember Damon Connolly and with Senator Chris Cabaldon. And we addressed housing issues with both legislators, including mobile home park, with both legislators as well. The Revenue Taxation Committee, one of the big things is that they did pass an item to the board of Cal Cities, which is to have an equitable split of the Bradley Burns sales tax and sales and use tax is generated from e-commerce. So what they came down to was a 50-50 split of the Bradley Burns for e-commerce transactions, with a plus or minus 20% with volatility bands at each end for flexibility. A 5-year phase-in post California Department of Tax and Finance CDTFA implementation, which may be more like 10 or more years because they need time also to implement it. Some prospective agreements, tax sharing agreements that they already have in place are not subject to this split. And then additionally on the side, they also will try to do the county pool use tax dollars from out-of-state e-commerce transactions will be redirected to destination cities. That will be something that's done a little easier because CDTFA is already set up and has a mechanism to implement that. It still has to go to, it has to go out of the policy committee. Now it's going to the Cal Cities board. And then next it has to find a legislative sponsor for a bill. So it still will take some time, but at least there's, the wheels are turning there. I went to environmental quality also. There's a lot, but going on there too. The 3 top priorities to work on for this year are disaster and emergency preparedness and response, energy and utilities, and water and wastewater. So that's kind of what we talked about. There's a lot more that happened. It was very busy. We had a lot of meetings, a lot of information. It was overwhelming, but I have more information if anyone needs it. So I think that's all that we have. Let me go back to anything else, any questions or anything? Okay. Okay, was there any information received after the agenda was posted?
Yes, there were a few of the PowerPoint presentations that were shared tonight had some minor updates. So those were included, as well as a report from Councilmember Sparks with a lot of the same information that Councilmember Savage reported on. And that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. So with that, we adjourn the meeting at, what time is it? 10:07 p.m.